Good morning, everyone. No, it's a little early to make sure this camera's... Yeah, that'll do. With my Sonic t-shirt. Yeah, I'll stick my ass there. We're back for the second Phoenix Wright game of the trilogy. We got Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, we got Ace Attorney Justice for All, and Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations. Today we're on Justice for All. If I can help it, I want to knock this out in 2 streams because it's only 4 cases. Yeah, the last case is, as always, pretty long, but it's only 4 cases, you know? So if I can knock it out in 2 streams, I'd rather. And then we can get back to Anno, because that's how I'm going to handle it. I'm going to do this, then we go back to Anno, then I'll do the 3rd game. I will say, however, this game houses one of the more enjoyable cases of the series, and also houses one of the worst cases of the series, so it's a bit of a mixed bag game, and we'll get to it as we get to it. Let's just jump right in. As with the first game, I am following a guide just to get a move on, because these cases can be extremely long if you don't know what you're doing, and so to save time and keep going, yeah, there's a guide on standby for the whole thing. And because I want to try and get all the trophies, and what I'm following does have it. So let's hop straight in. How did I get into this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. December 8th, 9:08 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. You felt a kip in the lobby? Oh, what a nightmare. I bet it was this ringtone that caused it. Really shouldn't be dozing off right before a trial starts anyway. Huh? So they hung up. Ah. Good. I finally found it. Talk about a close call. I hate to do this to you, but... It's nothing personal, Mr. Attorney. A few minutes later... Ouch, my head. It's throbbing. Why does it feel so foggy in there? Good morning! Good morning. What's wrong? You don't look well. People are at their best first thing in the morning. Where's that fighting spirit? Sorry, but can you please turn the cheeriness down? My head sort of hurts. Roger that. Am I in trouble or something? Huh? Trouble? Wait, never mind. You're a policewoman, right? I thought maybe I'd done something wrong. What are you talking about? I'm the one in trouble. What? I'm placing my life in your hands today, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Life in my hands? You promised me. You said you would prove that I was not guilty. Not guilty? Just when I thought all hope was lost, when all the other lawyers had laughed me off. Leave it to me, you said. You, the one and only Phoenix Wright, came to save the day. And just like that, I was moved to tears, sir. I'll never forget what you're doing for me, ever! What is this girl babbling about? Actually, I really love to watch court proceedings, and I always root for you to win. When I'm off duty, I like to come here and... What's wrong? You've been acting really strange, and you keep staring at me. You make me kind of nervous, sir. Oh, sorry. I'm afraid to ask, but here goes. So this might sound bad, but, who are you? What? Mr. Wright, how can you say that? How can you do this to the fragile heart of a girl about to go on trial? You're absolutely horrible. No, I didn't mean it like that. Is how a defense attorney treats their client, sir? I can't believe this. No, it's just, well, I think you have the wrong person. Yes, I'm... Who am I? Oh, I'm drawing a blank. Trial will begin shortly. Will the defendant and her lawyer please proceed to the courtroom immediately? Trial's about to start. I'm counting on you, and okay? Yeah, this opening case is a bit weird. Their way of justifying reintroducing it is having Phoenix get whacked on the head, and the whole trial is him trying to get his fucking memory back while we do it. Let's see, what can I piece together? From the sound of things, it's probably safe to say that I'm a defense attorney. And that girl, I said I'd prove her not guilty. Can't believe I made such an irresponsible promise. Ah, someone please. Tell me it's just a bad dream. Why do I get the feeling this is one dream I won't be waking up from? I can't gulp to save my life. Oh god, Mr. Payne. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
What is it, Mr. Wright? Is he talking to me? Do you see any other defense attorney here? I guess not. Well then, are you ready? Hang on. Say no! What if I said no? Would that be alright? Of course it wouldn't. Why bother asking to begin with? Actually, you see, Your Honor, my memory is kind of... The court will not hear the defense's excuses. Because the defendant is a member of the police, this case is under great scrutiny. Therefore, we must make this trial fair but swift. I believe I have told you this before. I hope you're not telling me you've forgotten. Actually, I have. Mr. Payne, your opening statement, please.
Yes, Your Honor. As I'm sure you're well aware, the defendant is accused of killing her lover. What's worse, her lover was a fellow police officer.
Policeman? You did what to a policeman? It wasn't me! And besides, Dustin and I, we aren't lovers like that.
In any case, the prosecution will prove that the guilty party is none other than the defendant.
Very well. Mr. Payne, please call your first witness.
It's been a while, Mr. Wright. Let's see what you've learned since last time.
I kicked your ass last time.
I won't show you any mercy this time, rookie.
Okay, and who are you again?
The prosecution calls Detective Dick Gumshoe to the stand.
Here we go. Don't let me down, Mr. Wright. Nowhere to hide. I'm so dead.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm the detective in charge of homicides down at the precinct, sir. You don't look very well, detective. Well, sir, the defendant, she works under me, so, you know. You work under that detective? Yes, sir. And while I was a trainee, he was always watching out for me, sir. Such a wonderful guy, sir. I'll never forget what he's done for me. Okay, calm down. I believe you.
Detective Gumshoe, please describe to us the details of this murder.
Yes, sir. It happened at the park near the headquarters, Expose Park. The victim was one of the local cops, Dustin Prince. He was pushed down from the benches on the upper path, sir. The landing beat his body up bad and snapped his neck.
The details are listed in the report that was distributed yesterday.
Ah, yes. That's autopsy report, correct? Why do I not remember getting a copy? I see everything is in order here. Even the estimated time of death is unusually well documented. The victim's watch stopped from the impact of the landing, sir. The results from the autopsy confirmed the time of death.
If I may, Your Honor, the prosecution would like to submit this photograph.
Very well, the court accepts this into evidence. Now then, I recall, at yesterday's preliminary hearing, a very important piece of evidence was brought to our attention.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Yes, I guess. Mr. Wright, is your head on right today? There was a very crucial piece of evidence found under the victim's body. Was there? Have you lost your mind? Well, actually, it's just nerves. Give me a second. What? How can you talk like such an amateur? I thought you were a pro, sir. Alright, sir, I'll help you through this. At a time like this, maybe you ought to take a glance at the court record. Court record? Yep, info about evidence and people involved in this case are listed there, sir. You can look at the court record any time by pressing R1. They want you to look at the there's glasses in here. The R1 button, huh? Yeah, you know what you're talking about, don't you? It's too bad I'm a cop, right? Just think, I could totally be a legal aid instead. Mr. Wright, Yes, Your Honor. Court is in session. Save your chit-chat for later. Sorry, Your Honor. Well, I guess I'd better check the court record. Alright, Mr. Wright, let's see if your notes are in order. What was the piece of evidence? Glasses. That's simple, Your Honor. A broken pair of glasses. That's right. The victim grabbed his killer's glasses as he was being shoved, sir. And held onto him as he fell. Hey! Why are you giving me the evil eye? Those glasses you're wearing. Yes, it's my spare pair. But those glasses they found at the scene crime are not mine, I swear, sir. You sure about that? Look, it was a coincidence that on the same day I accidentally stepped on mine. Coincidence, she says.
Your Honor, I have further evidence to present.
Oh, you have more?
And this evidence is very decisive.
Very well. Let's hear it from our witness about this evidence. There's something even more incriminating than the glasses under the victim's body, sir. During his date, the victim was pushed from the beach area, but he managed to write the culprit's name on the ground where he landed. I don't like saying it, but it was clearly the defendant's name, Maggie, sir. With this piece of evidence, and the glasses, it's hard not to say she's the culprit.
This is a picture of the writing, Your Honor.
This is... Yes, I can see her name is clearly written here.
The prosecution would like to submit this picture.
Understood. The court accepts it into evidence.
So the glasses alone didn't make you look suspicious. The victim even wrote your name clear as day on the ground.
But I already told you, those glasses aren't mine.
And how'd you explain his dying message?
It's a conspiracy. I'm not guilty, sir. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine?
This is it. I'm counting on you.
Sure. What am I supposed to do?
What?
This isn't like you at all. Normally this is the part where you get in the witnesses' faces. Get in their faces and do what? There's no way around it. Okay, I'm going to lend you a hand. The prosecution's witnesses all hide things from the court, so I've got an itch in my ear. Which means they lie from time to time. Lie? But isn't Detective your superior? Well, even if they don't mean to lie, sometimes people just remember things wrong. But Detective, he does sort of look like a scatterbrain. It doesn't matter. Either way, it's bad for us, sir. That's why when you question witnesses, you have to find and expose their lies. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. But trial by fire goes nothing. As long as I can expose the lies, it should be alright. Present Maggie Bird's statement to, I don't like saying it, but it was clearly her name. Oh. You can present people as evidence. And the reason why you have to notice that is because her name is spelt wrong. Objection! What is it? What? What's come over me? Without thinking, I just blurted out objection, and they yelled out to my lungs, finger outstretched, ready to take on my opponent. What a rush! Detective Gumshoe. You talking to me, pal? Please state the defendant's name for me.
What are you trying to prove with this futile exercise, Mr. Wright?
You'll see, this is a very crucial line of questioning. Actually, Mr. Payne, you can answer the defendant's name, if you please.
Where is this ridiculous question coming from? The defendant's name is, Maggie Bird.
I think someone needs to check the court record.
What?
It says right here that it's Maggie Bird. Ah! It looks like the bird caught the cat napping. What's going on here? No idea either, sir. As you can see, the victim did indeed leave a name, Maggie. However, the defendant's name is actually spelled M-A-G-G-E-Y. This is a blatant contradiction of fact. Oh, how about that? I hadn't even noticed.
But maybe the victim didn't know how to spell her name correctly.
May I remind you that it was you who said the defendant is accused of killing her lover? If they were truly lovers, it would be impossible for him to not have known her name.
No!
This is very true. Mr. Payne?
Yes, Your Honor?
Are you absolutely certain that the defendant and the victim, Dustin Prince, were, in fact, lovers?
Yes, I am quite certain, Your Honor. They were a well-known couple in the police force.
Detective Gumshoe, please testify for the court the relationship between the victim and the defendant. Yes, sir. And we've got a trophy in it for us if we play our cards right on this bit. Hang on, let me scroll up. Dustin and Maggie. Officer Prince and Officer Bird had been going out for about half a year. It sounded like they were even talking about marriage. The day of the incident just happened to be the victim's birthday, sir. Officer Bird had gotten Officer Prince a present. It was something she had brought over 2 months ago. I should know, because she came to me to ask what I should get for him. Oh, those two sound like they were so close.
Nevertheless, tragedy struck.
Yes, I see. You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Wright. Yeah, to get a trophy, we need to press Gumshoe on the statement. It sounded like they were even talking about marriage. Hold it! Marriage? But wasn't the victim 8 years older than her? What, you saying the guy's gotta marry someone the same age as himself, pal? No, that's not what I meant at all. Detective Gumshoe and Dustin were only a year apart, you know. I think this fella has a ways to go before marriage. Mind your own business, pal! Press Gumshoe on the statement, it was something she'd brought over 2 months ago. Is there anything else to push? No, it's just that. I find it funny you can push on that. Over 2 months ago? Yup. She's a very considerate woman, pal. So, what was his birthday present? She got him a glove. A single glove? Why would she only give him one?
Actually, Your Honor, the glove in question is a baseball glove.
Oh, I see. Baseball glove. Officer Prince was a huge baseball fan. Baseball glove. Just now, I believe you said the present was something she had brought over 2 months ago. Yeah? Are you saying she bought the glove at the store that far in advance? Nah, nothing like that, pal. Then, what is it like? She ordered it. It was custom made. Custom made? The glove was custom made? Yep, that's what I said. So the glove was custom made?
Your Honor, I really don't see how this glove is related to the case.
Yeah, it would seem that there is little relevance. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Do you think the glove is really relevant to the case? Of course it's relevant. I don't know where this will lead me. Hang on. Don't know where it'll lead me, but of course it's relevant. That glove is the key to this whole case. Yes, bluffing to the max. Now this is the Mr. Wright I know. So happy you're back, sir. I was wondering how long it would take. This is great. Pressing people. Feels like I've done this before. As if I used to do this to squeeze information from even the most tight-lipped people. Very well. If you are that convinced, then let's hear some more about that matter. Actually, I brought the glove with me today. And? Why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry and showed the glove to the court. Well, I didn't think it had anything to do with the case. Anyway, this is it, sir. It's, rather yellow, isn't it? Officer Prince really liked the colour yellow. And that's why you had a special order it? Yup, that's right. That, and one other reason. I think the court has heard enough. It is clear that the victim and the defendant were involved with each other.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Now, if that is true, it brings up an important question. Was the name Maggie really written in by the victim?
I see your point, Your Honor. Detective Gumshoe, please tell the court a little more about your name on the ground. As a motorbike passes by, Jesus, it's a courtroom, don't you know?
Yes, sir. We first looked into the handwriting. Unfortunately, we couldn't confirm that it was the victim's handwriting. Next, we checked the victim's pointer finger. We found that there was sand trapped under the victim's fingernails. There were also scratches on his skin that were caused by him running on the ground. From this, we could confirm that the victim wrote the name with his right hand. Yes, perfectly logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Wright, because he's the witness. Thank you, Your Honor. Baseball glove to the statement. From this, we can confirm the victim wrote this with his right hand. Detective Gumshoe, take a look at this. That's the glove, right? Could you tell the court what is special about this glove? What's special? Never really thought about it, but it's real yellow, that's about it. Yes, it's really yellow, but that's only one of its qualities. Huh? There's another reason why it's special. And what would that be? It's very simple. This glove is made for a left-handed person. Left-handed? Why, you're absolutely right. That glove is made to be worn in the right hand. That is why it had to be custom made. I've never even seen a bright yellow left-hander's glove for sale, have you? Well, no. So, detective, which hand did the victim use to write the name with again? That's easy. It's obvious from the picture that it was... Wait a sec. You have to get that the victim was left-handed.
This is I object.
Overruled. Mr. Wright, I would like to know what your line of reasoning proves. There's only one conclusion that can be drawn. A left-handed person could not have written a message with his right hand. Therefore, the person who wrote the name Maggie could not have been the victim. Order, order. When you think about it that way, then yes. It's possible that the name was written by the... It is not possible that this name was written by the victim himself. Then that means Maggie's...
No. That's not possible!
Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor.
The evidence the prosecution has presented has failed to prove the defendant's guilt. In fact, I believe you have proven her to be innocent.
No!
Oh, right, you did it, Mr. Wright. Oh, I feel like I can breathe again. It seems that we have reached the conclusion. You did a fine job once again, Mr. Wright. Me, Your Honor. Ah, well, thank you, sir. See, you got complimented by the judge again. You're really good. And that's why you can't give up being a lawyer, sir. Joking? I'm ready to retire. I will now announce my verdict. This court finds that...
No, not yet!
Oh, you fucking...
I mean, please give me a few more minutes, Your Honor.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Payne?
The prosecution is not finished yet.
What do you mean?
We would like to call our next witness to the stand.
What? And what did this witness witness?
The moment the victim was pushed to his death. And what's more, he saw the very face of the culprit.
What the heck? Order in the court. I believe a recess is in order. Afterwards, we will hear from this new witness. I had a feeling this was a bit too easy. I need more information. I'll have to see what I can find out during this recess. I can't let my guard down. It's only going to get tougher from here. What is adjourned for recess? Yep, mid-trial gaps are now a standard in the fucking series, it seems. But even saying that, that bit was tiny. Like, you know, like, they do reason the length a lot more in the second and third game. In fact, I'd say the third game is like the last, like, hurrah of, like, the idiotically long, stretched out cases. Yeah, they're all super long still going forward, but they feel a little bit more reasonable. You can sit there and you go, yeah, I can see why that's that long. 11:43. Amnesia? I believe my lawyer's trying to defend me in such a state. Why didn't you tell me, sir? I'm sorry, I didn't mention it to you. Oh, I know what to do. I heard that you can fix something like this with a really strong shock to your system. Come on, lower your head a little. Maggie kick should be all you need. No. I think I'll pass on that one. Come on. I'm sorry. Whenever I see someone in trouble, I have a hard time leaving them alone. I tend to stick my nose where it doesn't belong and try and tackle everyone's problems. Well, my head's one problem you won't be tackling today. Well, we're here to solve your problem first. We can deal with mine later. For now, do you think you can fill me in on a few things? Oh, of course, I'd be honoured to. Well, guess we'll start with my name and then I can tell you about me. No, that's okay, really. I think I know you and your name pretty well by now. I was wondering if you could help me figure out a few things about myself. So, my name is Phoenix Wright. What a weird name. This is serious. If you don't remember, I'll tell you what, sir. You can have this back, and maybe it'll help. This is a business card. I got this from you. It's my most prized possession. You can borrow it for now, but please give it back, okay? Oh, she's a real fangirl. Aw. What's in the back? Oh, that's your cell phone number. Yes, for now, we should stop talking about me. We're not talking about this case. This case? Yep. Can you think of anything that would be helpful for me to know? What can I tell you? I don't think of anything other than the incident with the cell phone, but... Cell phone? Yeah, your eyes lit up when we talked about it in the detention center, sir. Oh, you have to tell me. This might be very important. Okay, Roger. It was on the day of the crime, just before 6. I picked up a lost cell phone while I was on a walk with Dustin. The blue badger. I just know it's a fucking hoodie. All of a sudden, the phone began to ring. Beep. Hello? Oh, thank you. I've been searching for my phone. Is this yours? Oh, I'm glad you called. We can meet up and give this back. I'll be right there. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. You can call me Maggie. We agreed to meet up at 6. Dustin and I waited for the person to show up, but they never did. So where is the phone you found now? I gave it to you yesterday. Huh? To me? Is that the phone in my pocket? You mean this? You think it was anything to do with the murder? I don't really know, but if my eyes lit up... You were here all along? You're so mean! I called you a million times, but you wouldn't pick up. And when I went to check the courtroom, everyone had already left. No, man. Now who the heck is this? Let me guess. I'm supposed to know this girl too. Hey, good morning, Maggie. And good morning to you too, Maya. So, how's it going? This is the word for worse and abysmal. Oh, and what if I said everything will be fine? That's right, it's Maya to the rescue with the ultra-decisive, super important evidence. Here you are, Nick, the thing you wanted me to bring. Huh? Well, thanks, what the heck is this list? There's about 20 people's names and phone numbers written on it. It's kind of tough, but I managed to dig up some dirt. It looks like these guys are up to no good. No good? As in, there's a group of con artists the police are currently investigating. I think these guys are members of that group. Why would a group of con artists pop in a case like this? Don't look at me! And where did you get this list from in the first place? What? Don't you remember, Nick? You're the one who asked me to look this up yesterday. Oh, is that right? These numbers were in the memory of that phone Maggie found. So that's where they're from. You're awfully forgetful these days, Nick. I hope I never get to be a forgetful old prune like you. Maya, actually, Mr. Wright is... Mr. Wright, recess is now over. Please bring the defendant and return to the courtroom immediately. Oh, whoops. Guess I have to get going. We can talk about you being old later, Nick. Wish us luck. Yeah, Maya's back from her trip. I guess I have all the pieces now, more or less. All that's left is to put it all together. I'm not going to lose this. I can't. Come on, Nick. Better get a move on. Yeah. Court will now reconvene. Please call your next witness to the stand, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. But before I do, if I may say a few words.
What is it, Mr. Payne?
It's about the next witness. He has a tendency to say things that rub people the wrong way, you see. So I asked that the court might be a little lenient on...
There is no need to give such a preface. Just hurry up and call your witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Prosecution calls the next witness, a drifter who was taking a walk on the pike on the day of the murder. Please state your name for the court witness.
Before I do, I'd like to clarify a little something.
Huh? Oh, alright, go ahead.
Just now, you introduced my wonderful self to the court, correct? Perhaps as a drifter who was taking a walk?
Did I?
But I will not stand for that. Now you've tinted the court's eyes and coloured me wrongly. Sure, I suppose calling me a university... Oh my god, he's already... Okay, do you know Maggie? Do you know Old Bag? Old Bag would be a real good person for me to talk...
Yes, I understand. I'm very sorry. I'll be more careful from now on.
What is he, a human chatterbox? I have to question him. Fashion, cars, women, glasses, and of course university. First rates only need apply. Glasses? But you aren't wearing glasses. That's enough, your name, witness. Oh, is that how you want to play this? Using your power and influence to keep the young people down. I see how you work now. You old people and your dirty tricks. You thought you had me, but you thought wrong. I'm sorry, what happened again? Oh man, I forgive you. Alright, I suppose I can tell you my name. I am Richard Wellington, the drifter virtuo with a PhD in drifting, as it were. If you wanted to, you could call me a university student in transit.
Ah, Mr. Wellington. On the day of the murder, you were strolling through the park, correct?
It would appear that you are attached to that word. If you must, then by all means. But I remind you that I am in no way a prepubescent boy out on a walk with Mummy. If you must not...
Anyway, please testify to the court what you saw during the walk through the park.
See, you said it again, taking a walk. You know, you... What you witnessed will do, Mr. Wellington. What I saw that day. I was at the park all afternoon, deep in thought about my life situation. I don't remember the time all that well, but I do believe it was past 6 PM. All of a sudden, a police officer falls from above, right in front of my eyes. Without a thought, I looked up, and there I met the eyes of a charming young lady. Of course, I remember her sweet face. It was that of that pretty defendant there. The only other thing I saw was the banana that fell with the police officer. That was certainly a decisive testimony.
Decisive, Nick. Did you hear what he just said?
Yeah. That's all you have to say? How can you be so calm? Strange, my mind is very calm and clear. Maybe it's because I believe in my client. You mean Maggie? Yes. And if she really is innocent, then I can only mean one thing. This guy's lying. You may now question the witness, Mr. Wright. I'll find out the truth, no matter how well you craft your lies. Present the baseball glove to the statement. The only thing I saw was the banana that fell through the police officer. Objection! Mr. Wellington, I believe I have the bananas you saw right here. Oh, so you knew about the bananas too? Why didn't you say so earlier? But don't you think you could use this as a way to pull more information out of me? And that's where you'd be wrong. Mr. Wright, what's the meaning of this?
Isn't that the baseball glove?
Huh? What? A baseball glove? Doesn't it look delicious? Care for a bite? That's not... It's a... Oh! Your Honor, I think this proves one very important fact. This witness has hideous eyesight. By the way, just pat out how bad are your eyes. Huh? Why are you asking me about this all of a sudden?
Your Honor, it is very simple to mistake a glove for a bunch of bananas.
No, I don't think so. Objection overruled. You're one of those people, yes? You know what I mean. You're like those people who refuse to... Oh, Jesus Christ, here we go again. Do you know my grandmother is old bag? Yes, we both really talk a bunch. Oh my god. And that is why I asked you how bad your eyesight is. They're about 2200. I suppose they're going to tell me it's terrible, right? Why are you not wearing your glasses today, then? That's because I lost them recently, you see. Of course, I was planning on getting a new pair made right away. But you know, my glasses are no ordinary glasses, so to replace them... How about when you witnessed a crime? Were you wearing your glasses then? How about it, witness? You're an unrelenting evil man. You're like those people who put... Oh my fucking god, here we go again. And while she didn't do anything wrong, she was still recently abandoned the... Which boils down to you were not wearing your glasses at that time. Therefore, the identity of the woman at the scene of the crime and that of the defendant cannot be proven to be the same by the witness.
But the height difference was only 9 feet. It was very possible for him to see the face of the culprit standing on the upper path.
Witness, please be more accurate in your testimony. Remember, a person's life is at stake. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, please continue with your testimony.
Please tell the court what happened next, in the moments after you witnessed the crime.
The girl on the upper path ran away as soon as I realized I was there. After that, I immediately called the police station to report the crime. It must have been 6:45 PM when I made the call. Must have been a lot of free time on their hands since they showed up within 10 minutes. So the person who was on the upper path saw you and then ran? Yes, that is correct. Which is why even someone without a superior brain like mine can understand that that girl is the murderer. We question the witness now, Mr. Wright. Present Dustin's autopsy report to the statement. After that, I immediately called the police station. The upper path ran away. Oh, so went straight past it. Hey, can we backtrack a little? Objection! Mr. Wellington, would you please take a look at this? You mean the victim's autopsy report? According to this, the murder occurred at 6:28 PM. So what of it? You said that you called the police immediately after the murder took place. However, by the time you'd called the police, it was already 6:45 PM. There's clearly a 15-minute gap here. Do you deny it? I think this court would like to hear what you were doing during this 15-minute gap.
The witness was in shock at the time after witnessing a terrible murder. It's only to be expected that he would be a little dazed.
15 minutes is hardly what I'd call a little dazed. Mr. Wellington, yes? Explain yourself. What were you doing during those 15 minutes? Answer the question. Spit it out. I was searching for a phone booth. A phone booth? You mean you don't have a cell phone? You and your questions, as if you're trying to open all the layers of a Matitoshka doll. I must think you're really something special. Witness? I lost my cell phone. There, are you happy? You lost it? Unbelievable. To lose your glasses and your cell phone. You have to be very scatterbrained when it comes to your belongings. What are you saying that first-rate people are never allowed to lose things? Haven't you ever heard of the genius or the rational since I won't quite, I don't think it's that simple. Plain people just can't understand. Enough. Oh man. Wait, hold on a second. He lost his cell phone? Nick, that cell phone, could it be? You mean this phone Maggie found? There's no way. I didn't see this now. What should I do? Question further. Mr. Wellington, where's your cell phone right now? What are you getting all excited about? You seem to be a little confused. I found my phone. I have it, you know. See, here it is. Oh, I see. Looks like he's got his phone. And I thought that maybe this was just his. Well then, I think we've cleared this issue up. At the time of the murder, the witness did not have his cell phone because he had lost it. Therefore, the delay in his call was caused by a search for a phone booth. Well, that's the gist of it. I guess you could put it that way and leave it at that. Do you have any further questions, Mr. Wright? There is something. Your Honor, the witness's testimony does not make any sense. I don't believe that there was even a need for a witness to search for a phone. How dare you?
You can't just make outrageous claims like that. You have to have some sort of proof, don't you?
Well, yeah, of course. Even should be good enough, I think. Alright, let's have a proof then. Please present proof. It's literally right fucking there. Take that! It's quite simple, actually. Let's take a look at this. The crime scene photo.
Is there a problem with it?
Oh, there's something wrong with the picture. But if you don't understand my logic after looking at it, something is wrong with you. No! It's a phone booth. That is correct. All the defendant had to do was walk 3 steps. Mr. Wellington, why did you not use that phone that was right in front of you? Order.
What is this? Reporting the crime, a little late proof to the defense.
The witness can't explain what he was doing for his 15 minutes. That is reason enough to throw suspicion on his testimony. Yes, that is very true. What do you have to say for yourself, witness? I bet this phone really is his, Nick. He must have killed Dustin to get this phone back. But Maggie said that she was going to return it to him, so there was no reason for him to kill for it. And on top of that, we still have the phone she found anyway. But if he wasn't looking for his cell phone, maybe he was looking for something else. Was he? Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? Do you have any thoughts you'd like to share with the court? Can you offer an explanation as to what the witness was doing during that 15 minutes? Excuse me, sorry. Yes, I have an idea. There's only one possible explanation. Alright, let's hear your explanation. However, be forewarned that if your explanation is not persuasive, you will be penalised. Think carefully before you present, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Probably should have said that there was only one possibility. Please present the court one piece of evidence that will answer the following. Why didn't the witness call the police right away? We got to present glasses. Mr. Wellington. What? Don't do that. You almost gave me a heart attack. These are your glasses, aren't they? Ah, where? Where did you find? Ugh. I believe the court all heard what you just confessed to. That these glasses are in fact yours. I'll tell you where they were found, Mr. Wellington. These glasses were found under the victim's body. Under the victim's body? Order. No, wait a second, hold on. I didn't confess or confer anything. Your Honor, I think the answer is quite clear here. As he fell, Dustin Prince grabbed the culprit's glasses. The culprit knew that he had to find his glasses and searched frantically for them. What he didn't realise is that they were under the victim's body. And that's why it took him 15 minutes to make that call. Mr. Wright, are you indicting the witness as the real murderer? Of course, that's precisely what I'm doing. Although it's not as iconic as the original Pursuit theme, this one's still good too. This one's still a bop. I know I'm right. He's the real murderer. Did you figure it out, Nick? More or less. Turns out this cell phone was the key to this case after all. Anyway, that was our chance to deep six this guy. I'll sink him in one shot. Yeah. This is so exciting watching you work again. Somehow, my old self is coming back to me. It's time to sink or swim, aiming rest on the edge of a knife. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Order.
Your Honor, the defense is making a mockery of this court. Without any solid ground to stand on, he accused the witness of being the murderer.
Yeah, that's right. I'm no criminal. This is third-rate fraud of a lawyer. In that case, why don't we look back at it from a different perspective? Let's hear your explanation as why you are not the murderer. Why, that's easy. For example, there's the name the victim wrote. What about that?
You mean the name Maggie?
Yeah, even an idiot can read that, right?
But we already know that this was not written by the victim himself. After all, the defendant's name is Mag-E with an E-Y, and the victim was left-handed.
In other words, in order to make the defendant look guilty, the real criminal used the victim's right hand to write her name on the ground. But, wouldn't that mean that the real criminal was someone the defendant knew? Otherwise, how else would he know that her name was Maggie? Is a good point. The witness didn't even know of Miss Bird before this trial.
Ah, I forgot. Was there any way the creep could have known Maggie's name beforehand? There is a way. It'd be best if I could prove that the witness had a chance to learn the defendant's name was Maggie.
Now, will the defense please present its case? How would the witness have known the defendant's name?
Mr. Wellington, you didn't have your cell phone on you that day of the murder, correct?
So what if I didn't?
When you realised you'd lost it, what did you do?
What did I do?
Didn't you try to find it by calling it?
Why, how do you...
Your Honor, these questions have nothing to do with...
Overruled! Like, judge is like, for fuck's sake, Paige, shut up! Do you think that there was some relation between the witness's cell phone and the murders?
I do, Your Honor. On the day of the murder, Maggie Bird picked up a lost phone in the park. And... she also received a phone call from the owner of the phone. Beep. Hello? Oh, thank you. I've been searching for my phone. Is this yours? Oh, I'm glad you called. We can meet up and I'll give it back. I'll be right there. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. You can call me Maggie. That's when you learned that her name was Maggie.
But you made one fatal mistake. Fatal mistake? My client's name is Maggie E.Y., but the name that was written on the ground was Maggie I.E. It was a mistake that could only occur if all you knew was how her name sounded. Your Honor, the witness has no motive. And your point is? It's very simple, Your Honor. A person usually would not kill someone without a reason. Mr. Wellington had no reason to kill anyone.
That's absolutely correct. I don't have a motive. Mr. Wright, Your Honor, can you explain what motive this witness could have had?
It's very simple, Your Honor. Are you sure, Nick? If I said I can't offer an explanation, then the trial's over, right? Yeah, but...
Now then, please present to the court proof that the witness had a motive.
Names list. Mr. Wellington's motive is right here.
What is this? A list?
These phone numbers were pulled from the memory of the phone the defendant found. And we have determined that the people in this list are members of a certain group.
You looked up all those numbers?
Of course. This list of phone numbers was stored in the cell phone's memory. The names and numbers belong to people who are members of a certain con artist group. What? Con artists? Can you explain why these numbers are on your phone, Mr. Wellington?
This is an outrage, an invasion of privacy. Looking up the phone numbers on a person's phone is a worse crime than murder. You're one of those people. You're like this cops right by brilliant eyes, but the genius working the goddess.
I don't care, Mr. Wellington. All I want from you is to tell us what this list is about. You think any of you know what it's like to be a refined man such as me? Your Honor, this is unjustified badgering of the witness.
Objection overruled. Payne, shut the fuck up. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? Why would the witness have the numbers of a group of con artists on his phone?
Isn't that obvious? The witness is a member of that group. Mr. Wellington is a member of that very group.
No.
All of your friends' phone numbers are stored right here on this phone. If anyone were to look into these phone numbers, it would be all over for you. That is why you had to kill.
No, this is too much. This makes quite a bit of sense. Well, Mr. Wellington, would you care to explain?
I got you now. That police officer. Your Honor.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Payne?
Your Honor, this is unjustified badgering of the witness.
You said the exact same thing only a few seconds ago.
Please, let's think about the content of that phone call. Hello? Oh, thank you. I've been searching for my phone. Is this yours? Oh, I'm glad you called. Let's meet up so I can give this back. The defendant had already promised that she would return the phone. After that, Mr. Wellington had to do was meet Mr. Bird to get his phone back. Why then would he need to kill anyone?
That's a valid point.
What does the defense think about this? If you think about it logically, it only makes sense. Then maybe we should think outside the box. Yeah, if we think like that, let's see. Maybe that slimeball saw something at the crime scene that made him commit murder.
Your thoughts, Mr. Wright?
Well, I don't think Mr. Wellington went to pick up his phone in a very friendly manner. But he promised his phone, so why would he have been unfriendly to the defendant? I think he must have seen something that didn't agree with him when he got there.
Well then, Mr. Wright. What is this something that you didn't agree with the witness?
The fact that Dustin Prince is a fucking policeman? What Mr. Wellington saw was the victim. The victim? I mean Dustin Prince? Dustin Prince had gone on his date right after his shift was over. With no time to change, he went to the park still wearing his police uniform.
Oh.
The girl that picked up my phone was a policeman. He couldn't have known they were going out, so he began to worry. He was afraid the policeman would ask a few questions before returning the phone. If I do anything suspicious, he might run a check on my phone. In his mind, it was possible that they'd already run a check on the phone.
And he went into a panic, is what you're saying.
Exactly. Officer Prince was murdered simply because he was in uniform. Damn, to be a man in uniform and get fucking killed for it. What a sick world we're in. Oh, there you go. So all the effort to fucking dress up. I'm kidding. He's a cop. He wasn't actually doing roleplay. Mr. Payne, do you have any comments? I'm thinking. Seems the truth has come out at last. A witness, Mr. Wellington, you are. Impressive, not bad for a person with a third-rate education. What's that supposed to mean? The evidence! This guy's really creeping me. Well, you've been waving around talking about this that suspicious cell phone. The suspicious phone number and the suspicious contact that they're all on that phone. But who's to say that phone's really mine? Where's your proof, your evidence? What proof this phone is yours? I already told you earlier. The phone I lost, I already found it. You don't even have the slightest idea who the phone in your hand belongs to. But you can be sure it isn't mine, you simpleton. What? It feels good to see you squirm. We seem to have a problem on our hands with this phone. Whose phone is it? Without knowing, it's meaningless evidence. Your Honor, this is bad. Can't let him turn the tables on me like this. His cell phone. Must be something that's overlooked. Could be something. Maybe. Fingerprints on the phone. I got it. We should check for fingerprints. Fingerprints? We've only got 2 things left. Fingerprints? Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wellington must have left some prints on the phone. Nick, don't you remember? When you got that from Maggie, you wiped it off. I what? You said that the sand all over it, so... I wiped it? Pretty thoroughly, too. You know, it's oh so much fun doing the third-rate trash babble like morons amongst themselves. He's made a complete recovery. How many times do I have to say this? My phone is right here, you see. Oh, and incidentally, you can't check the numbers stored on this phone. You must have glitched because all the numbers have magically disappeared. Gotta be joking. You erased all the numbers I was going to use as evidence? Mr. Wellington? What's this? By the tone of your voice, sounds like you still have some fight left in you. Where did you find your finally find your cell phone? Oh, you are too much. And of course, you have no idea what I'm talking about. Oh my god. Now I remember. They hung up. Good. Finally found it. So that's when. What's wrong, Mr. Attorney? Why the harsh glare in your eyes? Nick, we worked so hard to get this far, but if you don't do something quick, he's gonna get off scot-free. I know this phone has to be his. How am I supposed to prove something like that? Mr. Wright, if you cannot prove that the owner of the cell phone is, your indictment has no basis and therefore no power. It looks like you came a penny short. Where did I go wrong? Don't blame yourself, you're merely a third-rate lawyer. You only made one big mistake. Who are you? What are you? That's something you haven't figured out for yourself yet. Who am I? The court hereby concludes the cross-examination. It will be all. I'll have to bid you gentlemen and ladies goodbye. I have a reservation at the ultra-fancy restaurant on the upper side of town. Thank you for your assistance. You've had a stressful day, so please, bon appetit. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to just let it go like that? Hold it! Please wait, Your Honor. Alright, Nick. I think I may be able to prove it. Prove it? Prove what, Mr. Wright? Everything. Your Honor, the cross-examination's already ended. Besides, the defense is just going to badger the witness for a more inane question. You are not harassed the witness. Is that clear, Mr. Wright? Did you hear that? No harassment allowed, Mr. Attorney. Please, Your Honor. Very well, but it's your last chance, Mr. Wright. You may present one piece of evidence to the court. One shot at this. You're gonna prove everything. It's over. For your client and for you. Do you fully understand? Yes, Your Honor. I'm sure you're well aware, Your Honor, but the cross-examination period has ended. Were you paying attention? I said that Mr. Wright could present only one more piece of evidence. Ow! Now then, Mr. Wright, this is your last chance. It all comes down to this. It's go time. Please present the one piece. You're gonna love this. You present the fucking business card because it has his own number on the back. The culprit took our phone. God, look, it takes 3 units now if you fuck up. Like, they made it a little bit harder in the first game. Or at least slightly more punishing. Take that! Oh, why thank you, how nice! Yeah, please, have one of mine. Judge's business card. Wait, what am I doing? This isn't the time to exchange business cards. Your Honor, there's something very important about this card, and that is the back of the card. That card is important because of what's on the back. You wrote your cell number on the back, but that's exactly it. Can you please call this number from your cell phone? Huh? Right now? But of course it's in session. It's okay, you'll see. Okay, if you say so. Defense preparing something, Mr. Wright. We're going to call my cell phone right now, and then the court will see everything for what it is. Of all the idiotic, stupid things to... He has the fucking Steel Samurai theme as his ringtone. Ah! What? Why is my phone... What is it this stupid sounding ringtone? Mr. Wellington? How strange. I could have almost swear that you were holding my phone. You're... No, I can't. By the way, before I forget, thank you very much for the lump on my head this morning. I don't think I need to explain any further, except to say... When you went to retrieve your cell phone, you mistakenly took the wrong one. And there he goes. Fucking music. They embrace. This game gets a. It starts to embrace its humor a bit more. It starts to get more comical and more loose. I'm just making sure everything's ready for the next trial, since obviously it'd be way too short to end here. So that is what happened. You were knocked out by Mr. Wellington. He's a man who lives on his pride and self-image alone. And in order to hide his involvement with the con artists group, he had become paranoid and lost all ability to make rational judgments. Then, Mr. Wright, the phone you're holding. Mr. Wellington's, naturally. Speaking of that man, how is he, Mr. Payne? He was arrested and taken away, Your Honor. Very well. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird, not guilty. That is all. This court is adjourned. I knew that the real you would shine through eventually. I'm so moved by what you've done for me, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. I feel really bad for Dustin. He didn't do anything to deserve this. It's probably because of me. Huh? My whole life's been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. Your whole life? It can't be that bad, can it? Since I was 6 months old, when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building. I've been hit with all sorts of vehicles, been sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've ever taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster, and never won or even tied a game of tic-tac-toe. My life has really been nothing but a string of disasters. That is pretty bad. Up until I went to college, I was known as the Goddess of Misfortune. And then at the academy, everyone called me Lady Luckless. Lady Luckless? What's worse is that my misfortune always seemed to latch on to those around me. What do you mean? When I see someone in trouble, I always try to help. Ah, that's right. You were talking about this earlier. It happened again recently too, sir. There was an old lady pacing back and forth in the pedestrian crosswalk. I gave her my hand and before I knew it, we were having dinner at my house. Oh. I'm sure that Dustin's gone because of me. That's not true! Love didn't even have any sort of special meaning. It was just a present to say thanks for covering one of my night shifts. Oh, I see. Maybe it's all my fault, Dustin's death, your head being all messed up. Well, I don't think my head is all that messed up yet. going to find a new life for myself starting now. The next time we meet, I'm sure I'll find a whole ocean's worth of good luck by then, sir. Yeah, after all, the goddess of misfortune is only a name. You bet I'm gonna make it. I promise. Next time we meet, I'll only be an unlucky person instead of a goddess. Yeah, that's the spirit. Well, Mr. Wright, Maya, I should get going. Okay, good luck to you. Thanks. You take care of yourself too. What a horrible day. Got my memory back, but things are still a little fuzzy. But you're okay, and that's what counts. You really had me worried. Come on, let's go back to the office. I'm afraid to ask, but here goes. So, this might sound bad, but, who are you? What? I thought you said you got your memory back. At that moment, everything really did come back to me. Detective Gumshoe. He's someone I've had clashes with in the past during certain cases, but he's also been a good ally during others. The judge. He's a lovable, kind old man who's easily swayed by other people's opinions, but in the end, he always comes up with the right verdicts. This person, I ain't got a clue. He seems to know me, but maybe he's mistaken me for someone else. And this girl, Maya? You finally remembered? This is Maya Fey, my assistant. That's right, I have so many unforgettable memories about her. For example, Earth to Nick, what's wrong? You keep staring at me, don't tell me you've missed me. Well, yeah, I suppose I have. I feel like I haven't seen you in ages. Oh, well, I'm back now, so it's time for us to create new memories together. Alright, sounds good. All the phone numbers on my phone were erased by Mr. Wellington. Guess I have to start over from the very beginning. Come on, Nick, let's go to our usual burger joint. Okay. Actually, it hasn't even been that long since she came back into my life. Ta-da. And that story began one rainy afternoon 2 months ago. Yeah, they start fucking around with this in the second game. They do it more in the third. Instead of just making it a sequence of cases, they kind of jump around a little bit. The Lost Turnabout, the end. Reunion and Turnabout. That was no accident. I was drugged with sleeping pills. I was murdered by that person. That's why I took my revenge. It's only fair, isn't it? Innie. Maya, how did you get here again? I finally get to see you again, and it's not your fault. You didn't do it. No, I did it. I killed that person. But that wasn't you. Doesn't matter. It might as well have been me. Can't believe something like this happened. The events of this gloomy, rainy afternoon that started this whole mess, they keep playing through my mind. June the 16th, 3:34 PM, Wright & Co. Law Offices. What depressing rain. Do you understand how depressed this makes me, do you? I guess. But actually, more than being depressed, I'm angry. Angry at that weather girl on TV. I think our little rainy spell will take a break with the day's sun. That's what that girl said. I staked my life on it. Well, that's the weather. Otherwise, I don't even bother to bring an umbrella today. What nerve calling herself a weather girl? She's going to hear about it, my $1,500 suit. About your case. As you're planning on suing the weather girl. I'm sorry. I thought that before we got down to business, we could have some friendly chatter. My name is Dr. Tuna Gray. I'm a surgeon. I want me to never end up with under his knife. I'm here today because of this incident. The malpractice at Gray Surgery Clinic, 14 inpatients lose their lives. Oh, you're the doctorate. It's really quite upsetting. Dear me, upsetting! Yes, I heard you. I agree. It's quite upsetting, Dr. Gray. The one that screwed up was that nurse. It was her that got the medication mixed up and killed those 14 patients. And yet, now listen good, and yet, the nurse had the nerve to go and die before admitting to her wrongdoing. She didn't even offer any sort of explanation to me. And this is the kicker. She up and herself a grand old accident and crashes her car. Smash, crunch, instantly transforming her car into an accordion model. That's right, about a year ago, all the tabloid shows were talking about it. 14 victims of medical malpractice in the nurse's mysterious fatal accident. There were rumours that Dr. Gray had actually caused that crash. People said it was to forever hide the person responsible for the malpractice incident. Why would I now? I'm just going to say this once. Why on earth would I want to kill that nurse? She's the one who killed those 14 patients, not me. I think you need to take a deep breath, Doctor, and focus. More to the point, this case is over a year old. Why bring it up now? It's simple, because the situation is slipping out of my grasp. This just won't do. My clinic isn't seeing nearly as many patients nowadays. Do you understand what that means? It means they're not coming to my clinic. You don't say. If it were me, I don't think I'd want to go either. So, what would you like me to do about it? I want you to help me prove I'm innocent. You do realize I'm a lawyer, not a private investigator, right? No, this is something only you can do. Maya Fey, you know this girl, correct? Maya? Why would he know her name? I heard you were working under her for a little while. Well, yeah, I mean, hey, wait a second here. I worked under her? Yes, am I wrong? She told me, so I'm not quite sure. Well, we worked a few trials together. But she went back to our hometown to undergo more training. Ah, yes, I heard. It must be lonely for her. What? Wait, I'm not... She must be an extraordinary girl to handle such rigid training, huh? I have an acquaintance who knows a lot about these mysterious sort of things. She's the one who introduced me to Miss Fey. Is Maya really that famous? And I've already set up an appointment. For what? What else? A channeling. I'm going to have her call the spirit of that nurse that went and got herself killed. Oh. Maya, I wonder what she's up to right now. The women of the Fey clan have always been spirit mediums. It's because the powers to communicate with spirits flow strongly through us. That's what she told me. I guess she'd learned to accept her responsibilities and become an adult. Not counting training, this will be the first time channeling a spirit. So she gave me one condition before accepting my request. A condition? The condition is you, Mr. Wright. She said that she wouldn't do the channeling without first seeing you again. Me? And that's why I've searched you out. You want to see her too, don't you? And so, that's how I ended up visiting Maya's hometown with the dog. June 19th to Karain Village. Ah, so this is Karain Village, Maya's hometown. Oh, hello, kid. Oh, we're gonna get to know you a lot soon, Pearl. Ugh. Hello there. What an odd little girl. Hey, wait up, Pearly. Someone else is coming this way. Nick! Maya, how are you? It's good to see you again. Wow! I didn't think you'd actually really show up. It's not that big a deal. You made it sound like you were so far away. Well, maybe I exaggerated, just a little. It's only 2 hours by train. If I'd known you were this close, I'd have visited more. No, you're not allowed. I already decided, you know. Until I become an adult, I have to work hard and be strong by myself. Oh, well. Anyway, congratulations. I'm glad the training is going well for you. Heh. Talk to Maya about everything. It's like you've finally become a full-fledged medium, taking on your first job. Yeah, I didn't think it would be this soon. But this case, you know the messy story behind it? Haha, behold the power of Maya's intelligence network. 14 people died. Excuse me. 14 people died of a malpractice on Dr. Gray's part, right? And to pin the blame on the nurse, he killed her for what appeared to be a car accident. Huh? So what is this Maya intelligence network anyway? The tabloids? That's what I thought. Ha, I'm just pulling your leg, Nick. What really happened is the exact opposite. I heard all about it from Dr. Gray. Oh, come on, Nick. I wouldn't take a crazed killer as a client. It's too scary, even for me. Yeah, I guess so. So, this is your hometown, huh, Maya? Yep. Karain Village, but I've heard people call this place Medium Valley, too. Interesting. So everyone that lives here is a spirit medium. Pretty much. Most of my ancestors were too, I think. That's probably true, since the Fae ability to communicate with the dead is so strong. Actually, only the women of this village are mediums. So what do the men do? They usually work someplace outside the village. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you about that girl I saw earlier. Do you know her? Oh, you mean Pearly? Pearly? Pearl Fae, she's my cousin. Isn't she adorable? Just like yours truly. Cousin. Wait, then that means, is she also a... Yep, she's a medium too. Pearly's a real genius when it comes to channeling. I see. Hope I didn't scare her when I tried to talk to her earlier. Nah, it's not you. My aunt drilled it into her head that, if a suspicious looking person tries to talk to you, run away. Suspicious looking? Well, you're not wearing training clothes for starters. Of course not. Pearly is my aunt's most valued treasure, so she's not allowed to go outside of town. She doesn't know much about the world outside of Crane Village. Aunt? Pearly's mother and my aunt's. Duh, come on, Nick. Well, Nick, I've got to get going. It's about time for the channeling to start. Huh? Oh, yeah. I'm doing the channeling in my house, so come on in, okay? After I'm done, we can grill up some juicy burgers. Alright, good luck, Maya. Thanks! Well, at least she's still the same perky Maya. Move to the meditation room. Mr. Wright, I'm so glad you showed. Some nice weather we're having today. Aren't you happy? No, not at all. The stupid weather girl made the wrong call again. It would rain cats and dogs today, she said with a straight face. I can't believe they allow such misguided reports on the public airwaves. Next like talking about the weather with this guy is just asking for punishment. But anyway, this is a splendid manner. No argument there. It's hard to believe that this is Maya's house, though. I was given a guide map to this building. Yeah, Mr. Wright, I have a copy for you. Oh, thanks. Okay, there's a channeling chamber, there's a winding way, and a side room. Okay, pretty simple. Move to the channeling chamber. June 19th, Fae Manor. Wow, it's such a strange atmosphere in here. These flickering lights, I guess they're candles. Good sir, who might you be? My name is Phoenix Wright. Oh, you must be that good sir. Good sir? You're talking about me? You are a lawyer, are you not, good sir? I've heard much about you from Mystic Maya. Is that so, Mystic Maya? I am Mystic Maya's aunt, Morgan Faye. Nice to meet you. I'd want to speak with you about a certain incident, good sir. It seemed that perhaps you asked too much of Mystic Maya in performing your duties. Most unbecoming, I'm afraid. Huh? Don't tell me you've already forgotten. That it was not for Mystic Maya and her assistants, you would surely not have won. First a girl that runs away, and now an old lady who says I stink at doing my job. When did I become the poster boy vow not to make a first impression? Past is the past, though. Let us speak on the present now. Thank you. So why did you add Mystic to Maya's name? Isn't that a little strange? Good sir! Yes? How dare you be so rude and disrespectful towards Mystic Maya? I'm sorry. She must be addressed by her proper title, good sir. You must call her Mystic Maya. So about Mystic Maya, it's the blood. Excuse me? Blood? Mystic Maya carries the blood of the Master. In actuality, she's the only one remaining. Only one remaining? What's that supposed to mean? Mystic Maya is the last of the rightful heirs to the Karain channeling technique. Okay, then where do you stand? It's a little more complicated. Although a woman in the Fae clan, I am merely a member of the Branch family. Branch family? What's that? It is as it sounds. For a member of the Branch family, no matter her spiritual power, she can never become the master of the Karain school. So, how strong are you? It is a shame, however, I will admit, I cannot even begin to compare the lowliness of my power to the Master's. So that's how it is. So today's channeling will be her first? Yes, good sir. Because the spirit of a person who dies in a traffic accident is usually very strong. It's usually easier to call that person to our world. Traffic incident? Indeed. The channeling will take place here, in this channeling chamber, good sir. As you can see, I am in the process of preparing. So, this room in the channeling chamber, the place where a spirit medium speaks with those who have departed. I don't suppose you'd mind if we observed this session. Do not even think of such nonsense. Only the medium and the client may enter here. Oh! The secrets of the Crane techniques cannot be seen by just anybody. That will stop Maya from doing it right in front of me. It is also for your safety, good sir. Something were to go wrong. That is why, while channeling is being performed, that heavy door is securely locked. Oh, that's what the lock is for. Oh, yes. I wonder if you have yet to meet Pearl, good sir. Pearl? She's an adorable, angelic young girl. Oh, that's odd. She is my daughter. Now then, what is it you were about to say? What a cute daughter you have. Ah. The pure heart that knows not of the evils of the world is a powerful thing, good sir. Please refrain from affiliating with her, I request. That's not like I had the chance to anyway. I must insist and stress that you not let it occur. Okay, I get it. Move to the winding way. Oh, jeez. Do you know who we're about to bump into? I just saw it in the... Oh, jeez. Wow, this garden is really breathtaking. Someone really put a lot of love into it. What's that over there? Is that an incinerator? It looks a little out of place in a garden like this. Hang on, what? Oh, this is interesting. It says go meditation room, winding way, side room, winding way. So you have to go then to the side room and then come back here and then we'll bump into someone. Oh, I think because they just continue. So this is the side room. Looks like it's more of a break room. There's bedding spread out on the floor. It looks like someone's been sleeping in one. I shouldn't disturb them. Hey, you, hold on now. This gal's got a few questions to ask. Sure, I've heard that southern accent somewhere before. Oh, well, I'll be. It's Mr. Phoenix, right? How you been? I haven't seen you in, what, a year? Lot of hair? Lot of hair, was it? Lot of who? Wait, you best not be making fun of my hair now. No, I wasn't making fun. I was complimenting you on your fine hair. How dare you say you're one of them heartless men, Mr. Wright? Caused by my testimony that your friend got out of being guilty. Believes that you already forgot that. Hold up. You were working with the prosecutor at first as one of their witnesses and came after us as if we were a peak of sirloin steak. Minor details. I've been so uptight letting little things like that get in your way. The name's Hard. A lot of Hard. Don't you go forgetting it. Oh yeah, that's it. Now listen here. I'm here to take some pictures today. Gonna get myself a real skill. I guess you're still at it, being a photographer, I mean. You betcha, the hardest working one out there, I reckon. And I said I was gonna make a name for myself as a famous paranormal photographer. Oh, that's right. This ain't no time to be wasting time. The challenge is about to get started. Is that the time already? We should hurry up and get to the meditation room. What are you waiting around for? Come on. Lots of hearts, huh? I've been judging her harshly because of that case. But I guess looking back, we had some good times too. I'm sure. Hang on. Give me 1 second, guys. I think I should have got a trophy from that. Hang on. Phoenix Wright. Oh no, okay, I already got that one. Okay. For some reason I thought I hadn't. I was sitting there just going, wait, hang on a minute, I expected a trophy at the pop. And I just didn't. Apparently I already had it. Never mind. To the meditation room we go. We will now begin the channeling. Mystic Maya and the honoured guest, please proceed to the channeling chamber. With this, I can finally swaddle those pesky flies once and for all. You hear me? They won't be able to say a single bad thing about me after this. You'd love to hear them apologise, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you, Mr. Wright? Me? Oh, yeah, I'm sure I would. Mystic Maya, do you have the channeling chamber key? Yup, right here. It's most satisfactory. The key is one of a kind, so please take care of it well. It'll be fine, Aunt Morgan. I won't lose it, trust me. Okay, Dr. Gray, let's get started. Finally, let's go. Now let us wait patiently out here for them. Please have some lovely bits of green tea and jaw-droppingly large strawberry desserts. Hold on now, Granny. Granny? How come we ain't allowed in that room? Dear madam, you have an impressive grasp of English. From where did you learn it? What? I'm from the heart of the heartland. Is that so? I humbly request that you return to this heart of the heartland. What are you... This is Crane Village. If you cannot follow our traditions and rules, we request that you leave. Sorry. Oh, she shut Lola up. Now that's impressive. Now then, let us wait. Hey, now, what was that just now? Came from inside the channeling chamber. Hey, that's a gunshot. Excuse me? I heard that sound before. It's a gunshot. I bet my afro on it. But Maya's in there. Break in. Oh, Mr. Lawyer, what's the plan? What else? We're gonna break in. What? But I got one key and that kid's all got it. We're gonna have to break the door. All right, Miss Faye? Well, yes, but it's only... But there is one matter, that is. Don't try to stop me. You can send a repair bill to Wright & Co. Losses later. Yeah, now that's what I call being a man. Dr. Gray! I was murdered. Maya? That man murdered me. So I killed him. What? Click. Stop taking fucking pictures! Lotta! At a time like this! Well, there's a purpose snapping up shots. But anyway, what's going on here? This gal, is she? Maya? Step away from there. Please leave this area to me. Go quickly and inform the police. But... Hurry, before there are more victims here. Hey, let's go, city boy. Lead us to the granny. My cell phone doesn't get any reception way out here. So I end up having to use the phone booth to call the police. And... they're on their way. That's good, lordy. I saw a genuine, mysterious phenomenon. She seems really on edge because of all this. Not that I blame her. I'm scared to death by what's going on. Oh, so we don't actually have to talk to her now. We can just go. That's what I was looking at. We need to go to the side room. Ah, Mr. Wright. Miss Faye, how, Mystic Maya. She has returned to this world. The spirit-severing technique was successful. Let me see her, please. She's still unconscious. I humbly request that you wait outside for her recovery. So I just have to wait. The police are here. Sorry to keep you waiting. Huh? You again? What are you doing all the way out here, Detective Gumshoe? Actually kind of funny. I was in an area for a business trip, pal. Well, time to check out the crime scene. I'll have to question everyone here later on, so just sit tight, alright? Why is she grinning at me? Shall I show you to the scene of the crime, Detective Jimshoe? My name isn't Jimshoe. Two of them went into the channeling chamber. I guess what I can do now is see what everyone else has to say. Pretty sure there was someone else sleeping here earlier. Like, how can I help you? Like, so isn't it about time to start? Huh? Time to start what? You know, like the channeling. Channeling? Oh, no, actually, the situation's kind of changed. Huh? Like, what do you mean? Please stay calm, but there has been a murder. So, like, a murder is that thing where, like, one person kills another, right? Yes, the person has killed another person. Oh, that. What are the words I'm looking for? It's like totally a bummer. Yeah, all that effort. So she was just to say, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to, like, introduce myself. My name is Eeny Meeny.
At the college, I'm researching and studying parapsychology.
Parapsychology?
That's right. I think people like usually call it occult studies or something.
Yeah, so not parapsychology.
Like supernatural phenomenon, ESP and psychic powers, that sort of stuff.
That's pretty out there. I'm Felix Wright, attorney at law. Hey, eeny meeny, where's Miney Mo? So what brings you here today?
I'm like, so, I'm the one who told Dr. Gray about this place. He asked me, like, do you know of a good spirit medium?
Dr. Gray did say something about being introduced to this place.
Cause, like, talking to dead people and, like, multiple personalities are my thing.
I see. So why were you taking a nap here?
Like, I wasn't feeling good.
Huh?
I'm, like, allergic to sesame seeds. They're, like, must have put some in the food they served for lunch.
Oh, that doesn't sound fun.
So I, like, felt sick and came in here to, like, sleep. I totally feel like I've wasted my time because I, like, slept a long time.
Right. So you were sleeping here the entire time?
Yeah, ever since lunch.
So you don't know anything about the murder that took place?
Like, what? All that? Oh, I, like, totally know nothing. So who was, like, you know, killed?
The surgeon that requested the channeling, Dr. Gray. You and Dr. Gray knew each other, right?
I don't know any Dr. Gray.
Oh, really? Then what was all that talk about him earlier?
Huh? Well, like, a long, long time ago, I was, like, a patient, yeah?
She sounds like she's trying to hide something. We can't get anything out of her yet, so we need to go. Move to the Crane village. There's no one here as usual. Ah! Hey, how are you? You're Pearl, right? Silent as ever. Huh? What's she got in her hand? I've seen it somewhere before. You could talk to her, but it doesn't say we have to. We can't get anything out of her just yet. What is it? Is it my hair? Is it too spiky? Not spiky enough? She's probably scared out of her wits after having a murder take place right by her. Lotta? God! Don't let it be me next! Don't scare me like that. What do you mean? You're the one scaring me. If I weren't so tough, you'd have another dead body on your hands. Man!
Hey, mister. That gal, Maya, she wasn't the one that pulled the trigger, was she?
Oh yeah. Well, it doesn't know what that when Maya's channeling, her whole physical appearance changes.
Then again, weren't there only two of them in there? I reckon she must have done it then.
Lotta, what do you know about Dr. Gray?
Not much, but I did some digging. There's one gent with a bad reputation.
Really?
I hear he's good at surgery and stuff, but his personality stinks like wet sheep.
I sort of got the same impression myself.
He's real controlling. As soon as his nurse or patients don't do what he says, he starts a hollering. Must be real rough to work for him.
Do you still notice anything that stuck out to you?
Nah, well, there'll be one thing.
What is it?
Turns out my poor stomach's not good at handling this kind of thing.
What?
Curses and ghosts and stuff coming back to get you? It's just too much, I say.
What's too much?
Being a cult photographer. That's some scary stuff, so I think I'm going to try being a celebrity photographer now.
Going after photos more within your reach from now on. More glamour, less gore. What's up?
Oh yeah!
What is it? I took some hot pictures earlier. Huh?
Remember? I took some pictures at the murder scene inside.
Ah, she did too even.
The Seance murder. I sure like the ring of that. It'll be a sensational story.
Lotta.
Sorry, but my journalistic sense is burning inside me. Hate to cut and run, but I'm in back in. Gotta beat those cops to the scoop of the century.
I don't know who's scarier, Lost or the spirits. And why does it feel like we've been through this before? What, you mean her taking photos and then not giving it to us to fucking see them? Yeah, we have been here before. Move to the channeling chamber. Scroll down. The police are busily running here and there, and I don't see Maya anywhere. Hey, you don't touch anything. Look, I really need to ask you some questions. Oh, don't look at me like I'm some sort of uncaring jerk. Tell you what, pal, I'll let you ask me a few questions, alright? About Maya. I hate to break this to you, pal, but with the way things look now, the girl's the only one who could have done it. Yeah, only Maya and the victim were inside this room after all. But Maya's... You can ask me more about her later, pal. Right now, I've got a job to do, and that's collecting evidence. Steve Gumshoe's like a real professional. And yet, something about his expression still looks the same. So, Dr. Gray was shot with a gun, huh? He was shot in the forehead. But he was also stabbed in the chest with a knife. A knife? Basically, the Vic who first stabbed, and the Vic was first stabbed, and he was shot. Oh, dear madam, you have been such impeccable timing. Like, what's all the buzz? Alright everyone, listen up. You too, pal. I'm gonna give you all a brief update. Right now, it looks like the investigation is not going to be done until real late. It's a terrible shame. I propose that everyone sleep here under the roof of the Fey Manor tonight. What a mess. Can't believe how crazy this day turned out. Maya was arrested and taken away by the police. And I don't see myself getting any sleep tonight. Morning. I guess I must have nodded off at some point. I hope Maya's okay. I should hurry and get to the detention center ASAP. Nick. Maya. What am I going to do? Never imagined it would turn out like this. Calm down, Maya. Take deep breaths. Come to think of it, the first time I met her, it all started right here in this detention center. I finally get to see you again, and it's not your fault. You didn't do it. No, I did do it. I killed that person, but that wasn't you. Doesn't matter. It might as well have been me. I was too weak, and I couldn't control the spirit's power, so I don't want to bring up the case quite yet, but you don't have to be nice to me. I understand. Oh, the music. So you're the master or something of the Crane School of Channeling. Actually, my mother is for now. But since that title is passed from mother to daughter, I guess I will be someday. But many people think that channeling isn't real. That it's just an act. You believe in us, don't you? Yeah, because I've seen it with my own eyes. And Maya's channeling a spirit. Not only her voice, but her whole physical appearance changes. It's a supernatural phenomenon that occurs every time. It happened this time too. Dr. Gray said that he wanted to call the nurse, so Maya's body must have taken on that nurse's appearance. What exactly happened to the channeling chamber? I went to that room with Dr. Gray, locked the door, and sat down across from him. Okay. We closed our eyes and I began the channeling. Sounds kind of creepy, like the beginning of a scary story. Yeah, like all Korekio's fucking occult ritual fucking circle shit. And that's the last thing I remember. What? After the spirit comes into my body, I lose myself, my consciousness. Then you don't remember a single thing. When I came to, I was being held in my aunt's arms. And there was blood all over my clothes. Oh, but I do remember having a dream. A dream? What kind of dream did you have while you were channeling? I can't remember it all that well, but I was dead and buried in the ground. I couldn't move, and it was unbearable, really suffocating. It was something like that. I see. I have no idea what to say to that. There was a really familiar smell too. Under the ground? Yeah, I can't quite place it, but I know I've smelled that same scent before. I guess this is all about the information I'm going to gather for today. I'll be back later, Maya. In the meantime, please make sure you prepare it, okay? Huh? It? What is it? Document requesting me to be your attorney, of course. But... What's wrong? Are you sure? I mean, I'm guilty. I'm a murderer. No one's decided that yet. But I did. I killed that person with these 2 hands. That's enough, Maya. It's hopeless. If you defend me, you'll lose, I'm sure. Stop it! Help me. Nick, help me. I'm scared. Don't worry, I will. When is the trial? Sounds like tomorrow. As usual, 0 prep time. Alright, I'm going now. Wait. This jewel. This is called a Magatama. If you're the demi-fiend, you can use it to summon really fucking cool powers, like beat the shit out of demons. But because you're not, you can just use it for a mini-game that's going to get really annoying real fast. Give this to Pearly, and I'm sure she'll lend you her spiritual powers. Alright, back to the chamber we go. I have to save Maya no matter what. It's her life on the line. What in the world happened in that room yesterday? The meditation room nurtures all mediums young and old. Even mediums in training, I'd wager. But it's pretty deserted today. Probably because of the murder yesterday. Oh, sorry, excuse me. It is a super early start for this live stream today. So it's, I'm starting to feeling it a little bit. Feels like Detective Gumshoe isn't here today. I should take this chance and thoroughly check this out this room. If I'm lucky, I might uncover a clue or 2. Oh, Mr. Wright. Good morning. I'm on my way to go meet Mystic Maya, and I thought to bring her some items to make her feel more at home. Namely, tea so bitter you lose your tongue and jaw-droppingly large strawberry desserts. I'm sure Maya will be very grateful. That's Mystic Maya, good sir. She's one scary lady. Oh dear, sweet Mystic Maya. Pearl wept constantly for you last night, as did I. I know it's important for me to search this site, but I should ask her some questions too, while I have the chance. First things first, examine the folding screen. It's a beautiful and expensive folding screen. It looks so, it also looks quite old. There seems to be some sort of sacred text written on it, but I can't read it. It's a hole. Could this have been made by a bullet? About 8 inches off the ground, a small hole looks like a bullet. Alright, talk to Morgan about everything. I'd like to ask you a few questions about what happened yesterday. Do you mean that awful tragedy? That man murdered me. So I killed him. Maya, step away from there. Please leave this area to me. Go quickly and inform the police. What happened here in this room after I left? Well, first I struck Mystic Maya on the head to make her go unconscious, correct? That is correct. Next, I performed the spirit severing technique. Spirit severing technique? The spirit of that nurse was inside of Mystic Maya's body. I used the technique to send the nurse spirit back to the other world. I wonder if this kind of testimony were even admissible in the court of law. By the way, what is this room exactly? The channeling chamber. This room was created for the sole purpose of preventing such a tragedy as yesterday. What do you mean? Sometimes, when an inexperienced medium calls an especially strong spirit, that spirit may become violent and revolt, as you witnessed yesterday. Revolt, but how? When the spirit enters a medium's body, she loses her will and herself steps aside. To put it another way, the spirit is borrowing the medium's body, good sir. But isn't that extremely dangerous? As experienced medium have little problem controlling a spirit, but Maya, I mean Mystic Maya, that was her first channeling, and that was why I insisted on locking the door. However, I never thought that it would be calling danger upon the client himself. I'm grateful that one of our heirlooms was not damaged in this horrible incident. And that would be that folding screen there. It is a Korean sacred writing. Along with the Korean sacred urn, they are the village's most treasured possessions. If I found out that something had happened to either one. Oh, the humanity. I'm afraid to be worrying about the folding screen at a time like this. This is just isn't some dilapidated. God, my throat, please. Dilapidated old screen after all. So how is Pearl today? Mr. Wright. Yes? In this world, Pearl is my most treasured possession. When compared to even Mystic Maya, Pearl has the spiritual power to become a master. That's very impressive. Until now, the women of the Branch family have thought themselves to be inferior. But Pearl is different. Her spiritual strength is so great, it's even greater than some of the main family. Yes, Pearl is a channeling prodigy, and is the pride of this Branch family. Wow, she's really fired up now. In any case, our world is so different from yours, perhaps it is best for you to quit. Quit? Quit what? Well then, I do believe it's my time to make my leave. Alright, please tell Maya I said hi. What was that? I meant Mystic Maya. I will tell her. Okay, after talking to Morgan, move to the side room. Pearl isn't here today. Maybe she's at school. Oh, hey, like, you're that guy from yesterday, the, dentist guy. No, I'm a lawyer. That's right. Mr. Smith, Esquire? That's right. Wait, I mean, you're wrong. My name is Wright. Smith, right? Well, I got, like, 3 letters at least. I guess. I don't think she gets the point. Anyway, why are you here? So, like, I studied this thing called parapsychology, and it's college, and, you told me about that yesterday. The sesame allergy, too. What I'd really like to know is why you're still here today. Oh, so, like, that's what you meant. Like, you should have been more, like, clear about it. Sorry, my bad. No, it's okay, like, it's really... That's it? Why'd you stop mid-sentence? Did I? Oh, so, like... What was I talking about again? I've not ever wanted another genuine mysterious phenomenon is right here. So, why are you still here today? Like, there's so much for me to, like, study here. Like what? Like, the medium's training, or like, how they inherit their spiritual power. I suppose. This village is the real thing after all. So, like, I asked if I could stay here for, like, a little longer. She sure seems like the carefree type, at least on the surface. Have you heard about the murder? It's, like, totally scary, she says with a silly smile plastered on her face. So, do you know anything about that might help? Somehow, I don't think she has a grip on reality, let alone what's going on here. About the victim, Dr. Gray. I don't know who you're talking about. Like, wait, I think you asked about him that yesterday, too. That's right. Her reaction yesterday when I asked was, not good. Yeah, not good. Let me scroll down. Oh, really? And what was that all talk about him earlier? Huh? Well, like, a long time ago, I was, like, a patient, yeah? Okay, she's definitely hiding something from me. Like, is something wrong? No, we'll get back to you. 20. Fey Manor, Winding Way. Alright. You surprised me. How are you today? I guess she isn't open to friendly chatting. Huh, she's still holding something in her hand. It's like the same thing she had yesterday. Wait, Maya said to give you this. I'm in trouble now. Obviously just like this, I'll be the next one they're channeling. That's Mystic Maya's! Huh? She actually spoke. Who are you? I'm Phoenix Wright. I worked with Maya. You worked with Mystic Maya? You're Nick, Mr. Nick, right? Excuse me? I bet I know who she picked Nick up from. I know who you are. You're Mystic Maya's special someone. What? So then, of course, you're gonna help Mystic Maya, aren't you? That's what you're gonna do, right? Well, yeah, I will. Oh, wow. It's like a beautiful fairy tale. An earnest look shining brightly in your eyes. It must be true love.
What? Oh, I'm being boiled into a bright red lobster by this little kid.
I'm so jealous of Mystic Maya. Oh, what a wonderful relationship.
We are things, aren't
I can tell you're a good person. Alright, Mr. Nick. I may be small, but I'm going to help you any way I can.
Alright, Pearl, you little bean. Pearl, are you friends with Maya?
I feel very grateful to be friends with her. She's so great. I want to be like Mystic Maya when I grow up. I really look up to her.
Wow, I had no idea Maya was so revered.
Usually when people don't use Mystic Maya's title, I get mad.
Oh, sorry.
But if it's you, Mr. Nick, then it's okay. Because you're special to her.
Where in the world did she get an idea like that? Hey, what's Maya been telling her?
But by the way, this may be rude, but which channeling school are you from?
Which channeling school?
Yeah, for example, I studied the crane technique.
Ah, I get it. No. I'm a lawyer. A lawyer?
Lawyer?
Yep.
Is that related to spirit mediums in any way?
None that I know of. Wait, are you telling me you don't know what a lawyer is?
I'm sorry, but I have no idea.
I didn't say Pearl doesn't know much about the outside world. So what's that you've got there, Pearl?
Oh, this? I found it yesterday. If you want it, I can give it to you.
Yeah, take it.
Alright, well, if you really want to give it to me. You look like a child at a toy store, Mr. Nick.
She not only speaks in a refined manner, but laughs in one too.
Mr. Nick?
Yes, Pearls? I can call you that, right? You're too cute just to call you Pearl.
Sure, Mr. Nick. Are you sure it's okay for me to have this Magatama?
Yeah, it's okay. I was told to give it to you.
But I can't accept something like this. What I really should do is charge the Magatama with spiritual energy.
Spiritual energy?
Please take it. I'm sure now it will be helpful even if you're not the demi-fiend to use Magatama as a deadly weapon.
What do you mean?
Well, if you've not played the Shimikami Tensei 3 Nocturne, I mean, it will let you see people's secrets.
See people's secrets?
Yeah! If it's alright with you, I'd like to accompany you for a little while. I can explain the Magatama's power to you when you meet someone hiding a secret.
Anywho, move to the meditation room. Hey, it's you, pal. You're going to be her lawyer, I bet. Yeah? Oh, I really feel bad for you, pal. Just this once, I wish I could be on your side. Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, but I shouldn't be saying this kind of stuff to you. Hey, you're a cute kid. I'm not scary, honest. Wow, I never knew Gumshoe liked kids. Hey, I know. I'll show you something cool. How's this? It's a real, genuine pistol. Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing showing her something that dangerous? Oh, sorry. It's like, check out this sweet gun I have! What about Maya and the charges against her? I don't think you can win, pal. If you're talking about proof, we got a few pieces. You got proof? Yeah, pal. The puffy-haired photographer is going to testify tomorrow. You must be talking about Lotta. Actually, speaking of Lotta, I took some hot pictures earlier. Huh? Remember? I took some pictures at the murder scene inside. I'm trying to drop in the accent when it's repeated. It's enough of a test on my voice already. It's just hot pictures. I wonder what her camera captured. Besides, you must have realized by now, pal. There's no way anyone other than Maya Fey could have done it. What am I supposed to say to Pearls now? About Dr. Gray. The victim was super famous. People still knew who he was. Or did he say wasn't super famous then, perchance? His face was all over those tabloid shows last year. Yeah, I know. I was looking through some newspapers from last year and... Huh. Could have sworn I had cut an article out, but I guess I must have lost it. Searching through his pockets, and boy, those are big. It's really interesting too. Hey, do you have a copy, pal? A copy of that article? I think Dr. Gray might have brought a copy to the office where he came by. About Maya's trial tomorrow. I've got 2 pieces of news for you, pal. 2? Yeah, bad news and even worse news. So which do you want to hear first?
I don't really care. It doesn't change the fact that I'm not going to like it. Alright, pal. Well, the prosecutor for the trial is Prosecutor Von Karma. What? Von Karma? Manfred Von Karma? He was an awe-inspiring veteran prosecutor. He never lost a case in his 40 years of his career, and he raised a fearsome disciple. His horrible aftertaste of evil, he force-fed me to something I'll never forget. Wait a sec. But didn't Von Karma stand trial and... That's where the other piece of bad news comes in. The Von Karma you're facing tomorrow is actually his successor. Successor? So, who is the successor to Von Karma? Literally, pal, it's Prosecutor Von Karma's kid. His kid became a prosecutor real young, like 13, and hasn't lost a trial since. That's why they call that's what they call a prodigy, pal. Kid, huh? Wait a sec. 13? The kid became a prosecutor at the age of 13? I mean, a prodigy like that, I'd have heard something about. Oh, no. The kid was born and raised in Germany, pal. The country's got a lot of stuff, and it's a great place to develop a person's talents. Germany, huh? That's probably why I've never heard of this person. Still, all it takes is someone mentioning the name Von Karma, and I get a terrible flashback to that case. Stop it. Get a grip on yourself, Phoenix. Not as matters anymore now that he's gone. Yeah. There was implication at the end of the last game that Miles was retiring and like vanishing in the wind. What are we doing after this? Move to the court. Oh, Jesus. Move to the law offices. Move to meditation. Move to this. Move to that. Yeah, we got a lot of running around to do. Alright, see you around, Gumshoe. Let's go back to our offices to get that newspaper article. Writing code law offices. Whew, feels like I've been gone forever. It's only been one day. Oh, that's right. Where's that newspaper Dr. Gray brought the other day? Ah, here it is. Right on top of my desk. It's the only thing he's left behind that's going to be of any help. Newspaper clipping 1 added to the court record. Alright, after we've got it, we need to go all the way fucking back to the meditation room. I'll keep my phone in my hand just for a minute. And then present the clipping to him. Is this what you were looking for, my dude? And Dr. Gray brought this over to my office the other day and... Hey! That's the news story, the one about the malpractice suit. 14 patients died and it caused a huge stink. Yeah, but that's not all, pal. Things only got worse after that. You mean the car accident and the nurse died in? Oh, here we go. I brought my own clippings with me today. Here, pal. This is for you. Oh, right, thanks. You got clippings too for the effort. Now we've got both. We need to go back to the side room. Hello again. We seem to be seeing lots of each other today. Aw, she's like totally cute. Is she like your daughter? What? No. How old do you think I am? Talk to her about the victim. I want to ask you about the victim, Dr. Gray. I totally don't know him. And now we get introduced to the Magatama mechanic. What is that? You can see it, can't you, Dr. Nick? Mr. Nick. I don't like... Fucking... my brain keeps on going, Hi, Dr. Nick. Hi, everybody. So it's also Mr. Nick. My brain just auto-corrects it. You can see the lock on that person's heart. What? This is the power of the Magatama. Only you can see these psych locks, Dr. Nick. Mr. Nick, fuck me! The psych locks, huh? The more someone wants to hide their secrets, the more locks you will see. If it's only one, I think you can easily unlock it. Unlock? But how? Please use the Mystic Maya's Magatama on this person, and let's remove the lock. I have no idea what she's talking about, but I guess I'll give it a try. Just be careful though, Mr. Nick. If you make a mistake, it'll hurt you. If you don't think you have the proof you need, you must have the courage to stop. Well, I gotta get a start somewhere. There's a lock on it. It's like, well, no, you need to find a way to deal with it first. Take that! Take that! Alright, it's the newspaper clipping 2. Eeny meeny, I believe you do know who Dr. Gray is. I told you, like, how many times do I have to, like, repeat myself? If you're, like, totally sure, then where's, like, your proof? While it may be possible that you never actually met Dr. Gray in person, I do believe that you might have at least indirectly known of him. Like, what do you mean, like, indirectly? To try to show that the possibility exists now. But it connects them. Mimi Meanie, nurse at Gray's surgical clinic, died after falling asleep at the wheel. Take that! Take a look at this newspaper clipping. Like, what is it? A story about an accident? Please read the victim's name. Mimi Meanie. Meanie is a pretty rare last name, wouldn't you say? Miss Mimi Meanie wouldn't happen to be a relative of yours, would she? So you noticed, she was my older sister. Sorry about your loss. Your sister, was she a nurse? Perhaps at Dr. Gray's surgical clinic? Gray's surgical clinic. I don't think I need to tell you that the clinic was run by the victim, Dr. Turner Gray. Which is how you knew of Dr. Gray. You knew him through your sister. Unlock successful. Please tell me what you know about Dr. Gray. My sister's name was Mimi Meanie. She was like a nurse at Dr. Gray's clinic. That's what I thought. I heard that like Dr. Gray was really tough on people, like a total slave driver. My sis was like always coming home totally wiped out because she was overworked. Wiped out? Is that why she fell asleep at the wheel? That guy like drove my sis so hard, so like that's why the accident happened. When my 14 patients died from malpractice. Yeah, like I think that was the doctor's fault too. My sister was pushed by like everyone's expectations and like her duties and stuff, and that pushed her to her death. Oh, I'm sorry. So like, are we done? I've like already told you my story to like everyone. Do you understand now, Mr. Nick? This is how a psych lock works. Well, I don't plan to pry into people's hearts unless I absolutely need to. The lock this time is pretty easy, but you might meet people who aren't as willing to give it in later on. Yeah, aka they might have like 20 goddamn locks. Good luck with that. Like I said, I think they cap at like 5 in this game, and they up it to like 6 or 7 later in the series. If you don't have enough proof, be careful and know when to stop trying. Alright, all the way to the detention center we go back to. Nope.
Oh, yawning again, excuse me.
Mr. Nick?
What's wrong?
I have never left Crane Village.
Really? Wow, that's pretty amazing.
You're going to meet with Mystic Maya, aren't you? Please tell her I said hi. Hey, wait!
She ran off again. Well, I know Eni's secret now, but I still don't have any idea how I'm going to save Maya. I don't even know if I should go in there with a smile or a straight face. We'll figure that out when we get there. Oh, thank goodness, we're near the end. What am I supposed to do? I was out of time. At the end of this first part of the investigation. Can I really do anything? Can I really save her? Sorry to keep you waiting. Huh, must be Maya. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Phoenix? That voice. Mia! Even without me being here, it looks like you've learned to stand on your own. Mia. She's Maya's older sister and my mentor. She was a top-notch defense lawyer, but a certain case forced her into retirement. But whenever I'm in trouble, she comes to help, just like this. Her spirit comes back from the other world and borrows Maya's body for a bit. You know, as you do. Phoenix, you can't make that kind of face in front of your client. A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets, and especially when it's bad. Mia, you can't smile at the end if you haven't been smiling the whole way there. In any case, the face you're making now is no face to show a client, Phoenix. But, so tell me all about it. I'm going to guess that my sister is in a lot of trouble again. I told her everything about what happened in the last few days. Mia closed her eyes deep in thought while she listened.
I see. Mia, what am I supposed to do? It's pretty clear what a good lawyer does in this situation. And that is, tell me, please, believe in your convictions and fight for the complete acquittal of your client. You think Maya's not guilty? How can you be so sure? I know she is. And I'll give you a hint as to why. Yeah? Mediums can't have dreams. They can't? From what you've told me, it sounds like Maya was having a dream while channeling. Yeah? She said she dreamt that she died and had been buried in the ground. But that was impossible. You heard it from her, I'm sure. But when medium channels, their own spirit disappears, which means that it's impossible for her to dream during that time. Then, what does that mean? I think it's safe to bet that Maya was set up. A setup? It's up to you to blow the lid on this case tomorrow and show how she was set up. How am I supposed to prove her innocence when I have nothing to go on? If you're looking for a clue, it's already in your hands. It is? This sounds, Phoenix. You already hold the key, wink wink. Really? Come on, show me the key into the case. Key, huh? Alright, I'll show you the key I hold. Mia, have you seen this key before? Ah, the key. It's literally the key to understanding everything that's happened in this case. This key? Phoenix, listen. Right now, that key is sitting in your hand. However, it shouldn't be. It contradicts the facts. What does she mean? I'm certain this key will be the piece of evidence that makes your case tomorrow. You already know everything you need to know. You know what the key to this case is. That is enough. But, how can I win tomorrow without knowing who the real murderer is? Who could have... I didn't know it at the time, but this day was going to end with a turn of the surprising. Yep, Mia knows something too. What? What's wrong? That's right, only I can see the sight locks. Which means Mia must know something about the real murderer. For this to be something that she would even hide under lock and key from even me, what in the world is going on? What? Prosecutor Von Karma? You mean... No, I heard it's his successor this time. Successor? Manfred Von Karma was a really sinister man. He pulled all sorts of nasty tricks, all so he could win. He was a man obsessed with the word perfection. He had a perfect record for the 40 long years. Who knows what sorts of dirty tricks he used to get each of those guilty verdicts. And now his successor, I wonder what kind of person they will turn out to be. It's no good. Mystic Maya. Pearly! You showed up. Thanks for coming all this way. I was really worried about you. Hey, where's your mother? Didn't you two come together? Mother is watching over the trainees. She said that they have training in 2 days straight with no breaks. Huh? Then you came all by yourself? Yup, I snuck out of the manor and followed a map. Tell me you walked all the way here. Of course not. I ran. Oh my. It takes 2 hours by train. Oh man. Pearly, what about the train? Huh? What's a train? I give up. It's time, isn't it? I'm really scared. What if Von Karma tries to do something to me? At least I know Mr. Edgeworth would be nicer to me than Von Karma. Mr. Edgeworth? Who's that? He's Nick's rival. Well, he's also a friend. I still remember him as though I'd seen him only yesterday. Every trial was a scorching fierce battle until the very end. It was always back and forth with them. But when you're rivals for life... Maya. Please don't mention that name ever again. Huh? But why, Nick? I'm sorry, Maya. I forgot you don't know. He's gone. He's not coming back. What? Whoa, wait a second. What's that supposed to mean? Court will commence shortly. Please proceed to the courtroom. Let's go. Now's not the time to talk about this anyway. Nick. Alright, are you ready for this game's, like, main prosecutor? It was Edgeworth was, like, the main prosecutor you dealt with for the first game. This is the second games. Are the prosecution and the defense prepared? Ooh, what is with this kid? Mr. Wright, are you prepared? Huh? Yes, Your Honor. Why does he always seem mad at me? Mr. Phoenix Wright. You must be a little shocked, because I am a woman, correct? Hold on. So she is the famed successor to Prosecutor Von Karma. I am Prosecutor Von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Revenge? Is this about her father, Manfred Von Karma? If it's something of a personal nature, I'm sure you can... Ow! I'm talking. She carries a fucking whip, by the way. If you interrupt again, my whip will do the speaking for me. Please speak with your mouth like a normal person. I beg of you. Ow! Make no mistake, I will defeat you. Prepare to go down, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Prosecutor Von Karma, your opening statement, please. Those of Von Karma blood only have one fate, and that is perfection. The defendant, Maya Fey, will find no escape from her guilt on my watch. Very well. What is the defendant's position? Your Honor, does the defense wish to enter a plea of not guilty? Yes! Foolish fool who foolishly dreams of foolish dreams. 10 minutes. I give the defense 10 minutes before it changes its plea. That's right. I'll have you running for the justified self-defense plea in no time. Justified self-defense. Plea usually reserved for when a person unintentionally kills in defense of themselves. Could very easily make a solid case that it was self-defense, but... The defense stands by the plea of not guilty, Your Honor. Because to plead justified self-defense is to say you did kill someone. How foolish. If that is how you want to play it, Phoenix Wright, then I shall now call the first witness. She's just as scary as her father. Like father, like daughter, I suppose. Alright, Dick, give us the lowdown. Witness, your name and occupation. Yes, sir. My name is Dick Gumshoe. I'm a detective at the local precinct. Yeah! Get to the point already. Explain to the court the details of this murder. Yes, sir. If everyone would please look at this map. The channeling chamber has no windows and the door was locked shut. At the time of the murder, only the victim and the defendant were in the room. What were they doing there? They were channeling a spirit, sir. Channeling a spirit? That's quite a look of disbelief there, Your Honor. Anyway, a few minutes after the channeling started, gunshots were heard coming from inside the room, sir. A few of the witnesses broke the door down and rushed into the room. Ah, and that's when they found the victim was already dead, correct? I believe this is one of the most open and shut cases I've ever presided over. So, how was the victim killed? I was about to get to that. Stop wasting my time, then. The direct cause of death was a pistol shot to the forehead, sir. The shot was fired from point-blank range. But before the victim was shot, sir, he was stabbed in the chest. The wound was very severe, but not enough to cause instantaneous death. The murderer used the pistol to finish the victim off after the stabbing. So the victim was stabbed before being shot. Is the victim's autopsy report, sir? The court accepts into evidence. Mr. Wright, you may question the witness. Press Gumshoe on the statement, the direct cause of death was a pistol shot to the forehead. What's the first one? The murder weapon, Detective Gumshoe. Whose pistol was it? It was the victim's. The victim? Now, why would he have... Why would he have a pistol? Who cares? The point that you're missing is whose fingerprints on that pistol. If you're not already paying attention to that, then I suggest you start. Fingerprints? There were fingerprints? Along with the victims. The defendant, Maya Faze, was also on that grip, sir. So the defense fingerprints were left on the murder weapon. I walked right into her hands there. The shot was fired from point blank. Point blank, huh? So about how far away is that? Anywhere between 12 to 20 inches away. And how do you know he was shot at point blank? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Mr. Phoenix Wright. I grow tired of this foolish foolery of the foolish fools of this foolish country. Excuse me? Gunpowder burn. Gunpowder burn? When something is shot from point blank, a burn area is left around the bullet hole. Gunpowder exploding is what makes the bullet fire, and that gets real hot, pal. And there were definitely some gunpowder burns left on the victim's forehead. Wow, never knew that. Live and learn, I guess. Live and learn, hanging on the edge of tomorrow. From the works of yesterday. Sorry. Then press on the next thing. Stabs. And what was he stabbed with? A fruit knife. Let's see. And whose knife was it? It looks like it belonged to the face, And of course, Maya face fingerprints all over it. All over it, huh? This doesn't look good. What will you do now, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Are you sure he was stabbed first and shot? Yup, sure as can be. Well, look at the wounds and you'd come to the same conclusion too, pal. A fool is a fool. He will only listen to the foolish opinions of other foolish fools. A pistol shot to the forehead at point blank is certainly enough to kill instantly. Does it matter then which was first? Think a little more before you open that big mouth of yours, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What a pain. That's enough. We've clearly established how the victim was murdered. I brought the 2 murder weapons with me today. Very well, the court accepts them into evidence. Pistol added to court record, knife added to record. The date and time of death was June 19th at 3:15 PM. Eyewitnesses claim to have heard 2 gunshots at the time. And 2 murder weapons, both with the defendant's fingerprints on them, huh? That does seem like an open and shut case. Naturally. This is going from bad to worse, as if the summary just now wasn't oversimplifying things to the extreme. Your Honour, feel free to slam that little gavel of yours. After all, there's no room left for doubt, is there? That's quite true, Mr. Wright. Yes, even in the face of this, we still wish to plead not guilty. It's the opinion of this court that you do not adjust your plea, if you do not adjust your plea, you stand to lose. See, just as I promised, Mr. Phoenix Wright, you would change your plea in less than 10 minutes. What will you do, Mr. Wright? Will you change to justified self-defense? Because now would be the time to do so. This is your final chance. Huge decision. I better think about this through all the way. We are going to plead not guilty. If we plead self, we'd basically be confessing to murder. After the trial, Maya's life would be ruined and she'd be labelled a murderer. I can't let that happen. Your Honour! Have you reached a conclusion, Mr. Wright? The defence will not change its plea. We will accept nothing short of complete acquittal. You have sealed your fate, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Detective? Yes, sir. Present the final portion of your testimony, the final strike. Yes, sir. No. See here, proceedings are run by... Yeah! Yeah, of course, go ahead, detective, give me your testimony. I think the court would like to hear about the other piece of incriminating evidence. Sorry, pal, but there's an even more incriminating piece of evidence. It's the costume the defendant was wearing at the time of the crime. As you can see, it's covered in blood. The defendant attacked and killed a person who, without a doubt, was not fighting back. So this is the costume. There certainly is evidence of a black spray of blood on this. A back spray of blood on this. The piece directly links Maya Fey to the crime, sir. I see. The court accepts this into evidence. Alright, Mr. Wright. Nice fingerprints on both murder weapon and blood spatters on her clothes. Could this situation get any worse? What's wrong? You seem to be at a loss. I think this is the last piece of testimony the prosecution should have to offer. Feel free to sulk off with your tail between your legs, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Please stop calling me by my full name. It's disturbing. Yeah, that. Yeah, it's like someone kept coming to me and going, "Oh yes, Mr. Robert Michael Maurice." I'd be like, "Fuck, who are you?" You know, everyone was like, "Oh, Mr. Robert Michael Maurice, could you help me with this?" "Oh, Mr. Robert Michael Maurice, could you help me do this and this and that?" "Oh, Mr. Robert Michael Maurice, could you?" I'd be like, "Shut up, call me Rob." No one calls me RMM. Just call me Rob and leave it at that. Sorry, pal, but there's a new... Okay, what are we presenting? Sorry. As you can see, it's covered in blood. There's blood in the costume. The lab results show that it was the victim's blood. So there is blood from the victim on the defendant's clothes. Really not good. So, were there any other clues you could glean from this piece of evidence? Well... If you must change the topic, then the good detective here must testify again. But too bad, not enough time, let's move on. Oh yes, Miss Von Karma is perfectly correct. Even the judge is on her side. But if I bite off more than I can chew here, what should I do? Press further. Why is Miss Von Karma suddenly putting up resistance? There must be a reason as to why she suddenly threw out an objection like that. There must be something about this costume. I just have to look harder. Mr. Wright, Miss Von Karma's logic is perfect. There is no way you can poke a hole in it. Looks like my time's up. So about the costume. There's one little thing. Your Honor, actually, there is something very wrong with this piece of evidence. What? What are you talking about, pal? She's already got the whip. It's like... Come on. Do you really want to fucking try this, Phoenix? What was the problem you were talking about? Come this far, there's no turning back now. Evidence is here. You can see it. It's the bullet hole in it. I asked the court to please take a look at the sleeve in this costume. The sleeve? There's a tiny hole here. A hole? But that wasn't in the report. Hold on. What's this around the hole? It smells faintly of gunpowder. Good gunpowder? No one ever told me. A hole that smells of gunpowder. It's like I found the hole I was looking for. Your Honor, the only logical conclusion we make is that it must be a bullet hole. Order! This is a very grave matter. It's best we correct the court record before we find anything else. Sorry about that. I guess we messed up, sir. She actually smiling? Yeah, because if anything, this just suits her. Are you sure you didn't want to go for a self-defense plea? What else is she hiding? Pull yourself together, detective. A tiny hole doesn't change a thing. The strength of the evidence still holds. Continue with your testimony. That just now was a fluke, nothing more. How can you say something like that? It's a huge oversight. Well, I agree it's a mistake on the part of the police. What Prosecutor Von Karma has said is true. The evidence still stands. If you don't find a definitive problem with the evidence, then... No way. Detective Gumshoe, please continue with your testimony. Yes, sir. Present Maya's costume to the statement the defendant attacked and killed a person who, without a doubt, was not fighting back. Objection! Funk. Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes? When you call me by my full name, it's kind of a weird feeling. You said that my client killed a person who, without a doubt, was not fighting back? Yeah, I did. Then what, may I ask, is the bullet hole the police overlooked supposed to mean? What does it mean? I'll tell you what it means. It means that the victim had fired off a shot. It was what it means to not fight back. Is this what it means to not fight back? You're right. Seems you are correct. If the victim had tried to shoot the defendant, then it would change everything. Alright, the wind seems to be shifting. Huh. What is with that "are you finished yet" laugh? Are you finished yet, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Miss Von Karma. It seems that Maya Fey was shot by the victim. However, that is only grounds enough to support a justified self-defense plea. That is correct. But I'm sure you remember, Your Honor, what the defense clearly said. They rejected justified self-defense and pleaded not guilty. Aren't you? Why, that's right. Which means the defense is yet to prove anything at all. Ah. Well, yes, that's true. Furthermore, just the fact that there is a bullet hole in the costume is not enough to substantiate even a plea of justified self-defense. Huh? How so? Ow! Don't just stand there. Hope until the court what transpired that day. With the new information we acquired added in, of course. You mean by myself? You want me to put together the scenario by myself? Ah! Yes, sir. Right away, sir. During the channeling, the defendant saw her chance to stab the victim in the chest. Of course, the victim used the last of his strength to fight back, sir. While the two were fighting, the victim took out his gun. The victim took a shot, but because they were too close, he missed. The defendant then picked up on the opening, took the victim's gun and ended it. The scenario you seem to have put together does make sense. Yes, sir. Well, Mr. Wright, on the surface, it does seem to make sense. However, I won't give up that easily. Please refrain from glaring at me like that. Now then, your cross-examination, please. Present Maya's costume to the statement. The victim took a shot. Objection! Missing the tiny hole on this costume will be the prosecution's undoing. What do you mean? This little hole is actually a huge hole in your testimony. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. You said the two of them were fighting when the victim fired his gun at point blank. If that were true, then where is the gunpowder burn on this costume? Gunpowder burn? This is what you testified earlier. When something is shot from point blank, a burn area is left around the bullet hole. Oh, but there is not a single trace of gunpowder burn on this costume. That is a very good point. And what exactly does this mean? It means that when the shot was fired, they were standing apart from each other. I'm disappointed, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You think that you can punch a hole in my logic with that? This wishy-washy thinking like that, anyone can explain anything away. Then I implore you to disprove my line of thinking. Let's see. In the middle of their fight, the victim pushed the defendant away. And it was then, when they were separated, that he fired. How was that? And as if that was even possible. According to testimony, the wound from the stabbing was very severe. The victim would not have had the strength to push the defendant very far after that. Well then? That's right, the defendant must have pushed the victim away. The defendant must have pushed the victim away. After stabbing him, she must have put some space between the doctor and herself. And then while she was preparing to strike again, the doctor took his shot. There, that should satisfy even you. That does make an awful lot of sense. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Must be careful. I can't afford to make a mistake here. Concentrate and think. There's a fatal flaw in her argument, Your Honor. Fatal? Flaw? Oh! Very interesting. I'd love to see where this flaw is. Show me something that contradicts my explanation. There's to be a snag in her explanation somewhere. She put some distance between them before rushing to make the final blow. And when she was about to strike, the doctor took a shot. There must be a piece of evidence that contradicts that line of thinking. Yes, the folding screen. This is the piece of evidence that destroys your logic. What is a folding screen? I would like to point the court's attention to the hole in this folding screen. It looks like you already know what I'm talking about. What? Mr. Wright, your explanation, please. Is you really that clueless? The bullet went through the defendant's sleeve first, then the folding screen. It passed through at a height of approximately 8 inches off the ground, which means... when the shot was fired, Maya, the defendant, was not getting ready to strike, but was actually squatting low to the ground. Order. This changes everything. Please look at the diagram of the crime scene. The victim, Dr. Gray, was here when he fired the shot, and the bullet hit this folding screen. The hit was location about 8 inches off the ground. At the time, the defendant was in this area. just in front of the bullet hole on the map. Really? She's standing here near the folding screen. Wait a second. We know the defendant was close to the ground based on the height of the bullet hole. But how can you gauge the distance from that? Isn't it possible that the defendant was standing much closer to the victim? That's impossible. But why? You, of all people, should know the answer to that question, Miss Von Karma. If she was shot from somewhere closer, there would be gunpowder burns present. However, there is nothing of the sort around the bullet hole of this costume. Ah! Curse you, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I believe it has now been proven that the defendant was standing away from the victim when she was shot at. But do you think that this changed the defendant's situation? It changes everything! I'm trying to like position it because I can get the whole next part of the case on one page by the looks of it. There. The prosecution has claimed that the defendant was aiming to kill by stabbing. If that were true, delivering the final strike with the knife would be ideal. However, where and what was the defendant doing at that time? Squatting all the way by the folding screen. Exactly. If Maya Fey was the real murderer, why would she be by the folding screen instead of preparing to strike? Upon further consideration, it does make very little sense. Yeah, I figured there had to be a reason. Figuring things out and proving the logic behind everything is your job. Oof. Alright, with this, the rest of the trial should be in the book. Blast radius of disaster. You're such a smart man, Mr. Phoenix Wright. To think that you've been able to take a completely hopeless case to this point. Now I know why Papa had a tough time with you. You amuse me. Of all the things to inherit, why does it have to be that smarmy smile? Detective, how dare you damage my perfect logic? Huh? How is it my fault? You can start repairing your standing by first removing that three-strand goatee. Oh, and rest assured your punishment will come later. Punishment? Well then, Your Honor. Excuse me, Your Honor. Well then, Your Honor, I think I've had all I can take from this detective's farce. Or face. I think it's time to call the next witness. Next witness? It's going to be Lotta. Very well. The court will take a 5-minute recess. After we reconvene, we will hear from the next witness. To be continued. Oh, whoops, it means double save. Whew, that was a close one. I know you were giving it your all to defend me, but I could feel the death penalty hanging in the air. Felt like I was pretty close to dying myself. But you were wonderful out there! You listened carefully, made theories, and tricked everyone into believing you. Tricked? Thanks! Wait, tricked? It must be the lawyer's secret technique, right? By the way, is the next witness who I think it is? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Lotta Hart. Ah, guess there's no escaping her, huh? Remember, Nick, you promised you'd save me. If you lose, me and my sister's ghosts are gonna come after you to haunt you. Your sister? Oh, are you talking about Mystic Mia? Yep. Do you remember her, Pearly? My sister was a super good lawyer. She was also Nick's teacher. Oh, I didn't know that. Court will now reconvene. For the first order of... Oh! I don't want to hear it, old man. After I call my witness, sit there quietly and watch like a good little boy. Yes, sir. Bring in the photographer who witnessed the channeling. Witness your name and occupation, if you please. Hey, Phoenix, how you doing? Just fine. Sorry about this. Didn't exactly have a choice, you know. Yowza! Name and occupation.
I declare, what in tarnation? Hey, judges, here's violence against my fair self.
That's fine.
That's fine. That ain't fine. That's a whip. Ah! There's no need for foolish outcries from foolishly foolish fools. Just hurry up and testify about what happened the day of the murder. I haven't even gotten to say my name and job yet. My name's Lotta Hart, paranormal photographer, and I'm here to testify.
Now, let's all be one big happy family, okay?
Witness's account. Only the doc and the defendant went to the channeling chamber. We were waiting outside the door and then bang! We heard this gunshot. Mr. Lawyer there broke the door down and we rushed into the room. Inside was a dead victim and the defendant waving a pistol around. I swear, other than those two, there was no one else in the room.
And did you take a picture of the scene right after the murder took place?
Reckon course. Excuse me? Reckon course. It's short for you reckon? Of course I did. Yeah! Does it look like I care? Just hurry up and show your picture to the court. The moment of truth will be in that picture. Let's see here. This here's the picture.
Wow, damn. It would certainly seem that only the defendant and the victim are in that room.
Are you ready, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I will clear all doubt about my through this cross-examination. Just watch me. Okay. Press state Lotter on the statement. Only the doc and the defendant went into the channeling chamber. Hold it! Is it really only those two went in? What are you blabbering about? You were there too, were you not? Why did you answer the question yourself? Was it really just the two of them? Yes, Miss Dr. Gray and Maya were the only two that went into that room.
But hold on, you can't have the defense testifying against its own client.
Anyway, folks, only the two of them went into the channeling chamber, you hear? But you knew that from the very beginning, didn't you? Witness, continue. Press lost from the statement. We were waiting outside for the door and then bang, we heard a gunshot. Was it really a gunshot? Objection! Are you insane? You must have heard it as well! Why didn't you testify for the court, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Was it really a gunshot? Yes, I think it was something that sounded like a gunshot.
And why are we here listening to the defense testify?
And the world just becomes just a little crueler. I heard a gunshot a long time ago, and and I tell you, that was a gunshot I heard. Now this is where the story heats up. Press lost on Mr. Lawyer there, bro. You gotta just press on everything, and then press harder on the next one. So let me get this straight. Oh, there's Mr. Lawyer there, broke the door down. Honestly, Mr. Phoenix Wright, why don't you tell us what happened then? Yes, Miss Von Karma, I broke the door down, sorry. I feel like an inquisition. Thanks for apologising, that was great, you're a real man.
Oh really? That's something I would like to see.
But she's smiling rather openly. I'll take that as a good sign. And what did you see once you broke in? Inside was a dead victim and defendant waving a pistol around. Hold it! You sure it was the defendant, Maya Fey? Sure, I'm sure. This seems awfully confident in her testimony. Lotta, please, think back to the day one more time. What are you getting at? Remember what you said when we broke into the room? I was murdered. Lotta, at a time like this, sounds like it's been perfect snapping up shots. But anyway, what's going on here? This gal, is she Maya? When you saw the murderer at the time, you couldn't even tell if it was Maya Fey or not, am I correct? Well, you see.
Order, Miss Hart. You are here to present accurate testimony.
Yeah, sorry. Good. This shit's back onto my side. For a defense lawyer, your defense is terribly lacking, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Witness, think back to when those two entered the channeling chamber. When they entered, one of those people that entered the chamber was Maya Fey, correct? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it was Maya that went in.
It looks like we've come to a collective conclusion. The person in this picture is most certainly Maya Fey.
Exactly. Rats. I'm trapped like one. Again. Press lost on the statement. I swear, other than those two, there was no one else in that room. Are you absolutely certain of that?
Sure am.
But that old witch chased us out of the womb, so... Old witch? Does she mean Morgan Fay? But there was no one else in there, and you know it. The channeling chamber was very dark, or was pitch black. Is there really no one else in there? What about behind the folding screen? What about behind the folding screen? Did you check back there? Given? Huh? Given, you know, you reckon that's a given. I took me a good look around the room once. There ain't no way no one's hanging out behind that folding screen.
I may have a word with you, Mr. Hart.
What? You got a problem?
Given, I mean, I'm having a little difficulty in understanding you. If you would please stop saying such things as reckon and given.
Now then, Mr. Phoenix Wright, do you see a problem with the testimony or don't you? Just as I thought, there's nothing wrong with her testimony. I was with her, so I know she's saying the truth.
Enough. Seems that there are no issues with Mr. Hart's testimony.
At the time of this crime, only two people were in the channeling chamber. The victim, Dr. Turner Gray, and the defendant, Maya Fey.
The face of the defendant cannot be verified in this picture. However, if you think about the circumstances, it would have to be the defendant.
What am I going to do? If I just let this go?
What is it, Mr. Wright? You look as if you have something to say.
If I make the one wrong move, I'm going to have to judge against me. Is there anything I can present that would prove that it's not Maya on this photo? I can't present anything yet.
Well, Mr. Wright?
Nothing, Your Honor. That's very smart of you, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You really should give up trying to prove that this is not Maya Fey. I didn't say anything about giving up. I just don't have the right piece of evidence to prove my argument.
That's enough.
Is it? Is this it? Is this all I could do?
I think it's quite obvious to this court that a verdict of non-guilty is not possible.
I told you. Totally, 100% impossible.
Miss Von Karma, do you have any further questions for this witness?
Having established the defendant's guilt, further questioning won't be needed.
What about the defense? No further questions, I presume?
I couldn't protect Maya. The defense... Phoenix, you can't make that kind of face. A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. Mia. I forgot Pearl does this. I guess I made it just in time, wouldn't you say? Pearls! The clothes are a bit small. Anyway, what are you waiting for, Phoenix? Let's go. But how? She's already taken away every advantage. The advantage is still in your hands. Think carefully, one more time, about what you saw in the channeling chamber. You remember what you told me yesterday? Dr. Gray. Clink. I was murdered. What? Lotta, it doesn't sound like this. It is when you're perfect for snapping up shots. You see, there's one final piece to this puzzle. Mia, question Lotta one more time, Phoenix. I don't know if she's doing it unconsciously or on purpose, but she's not testifying truthfully.
Now then, this court would like to end the cross-examination period.
Hold it! Please wait, Your Honor. The defense would like to request that the witness testify one more time.
Overruled. I'm afraid you're too late, Mr. Wright. The cross-examination has already ended. Furthermore, any unrelated...
It's fine. I'll allow another testimony. Von Karma's case is perfect, absolutely flawless. And what better time than this for you to see that?
But, I mean, I have some place I must go after this.
Alright, I'll allow it. Miss Hart, hurry and give us another testimony. Well, heck, what am I supposed to talk about? Please tell us once more what happened when you burst into the channeling chamber. Okay, you got it. See, you got through to the judge somehow, right? Well, actually, it was Von Karma's whip that got through to him. The witness account part 2. When we broke into that room, all I could focus on was Maya. I was kind of scared of the dead body, so I didn't take a good look at it. I'm really bad when it comes to blood and ghosts and stuff. But I still managed to point my camera at Maya and take a shot. Nothing sounds different than before. Some parts of her testimony were very vague. I should press her on those sections. Struggle all you like is to taste the bitterness of your defeat. Well, amuse me with your own useless questions, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm waiting. When we broke into that room, all I could focus on was Maya. What am I pressing on? Only the dark and but I managed to put my camera in Maya and take a shot. Two, right? Two what? 2 shots. You took 2 shots. But only one has been submitted as evidence. Miss Hart, where's the other picture you've been withholding? No, you got it all wrong, not me. I didn't mean anything bad. Oh no, I can be a little mean, but I ain't evil. Well, at least she knows herself. And why have you not shown this other picture to the court yet? Well, ain't it obvious? The prosecutor woman told me to shut my trap about it. What? Von Karma? Miss Von Karma, you're hiding critical evidence? Unforgivable. Von Karma, suppressing evidence like this, you're just as bad as your father. Leave it to the judge. Right? Yes. So mad even my throat's crunching up. I better let the judge handle this. Miss Von Karma, would you care to explain yourself to this court? I thought this picture was not important and thus felt no need to submit it. That's all. How could you think? The pictures were more or less the same, so why bother with the second? I mean, it's just so much more trouble than it's worth for me to submit this as evidence. More trouble than it's worth? How can you say that? If you want to see it so badly, I'll submit it. It's a very fucking different face. What is this picture? It's obviously the second picture the witness took the day of the scene of the crime. Well, it's a little off-center, but that's what you get with a nervous amateur. I think the important point here is the person in the picture is most definitely not Maya Fey. What is the meaning of this? This might be the break I was looking for. Now, should I or should I not insist this picture? Drop the issue. It's no good. We've been through this too many times. It's not like you, Mr. Wright. Why are you not objecting? The person in this photo is clearly not the defendant, and yet... There's no way you can raise an objection and hope to live. Explain yourself. Your Honor, I would like for you to take a look at this picture. This was taken yesterday at the detention center's visitors room. This is Mr. Phoenix Wright and the defendant Maya Fey during the visit. Maya Fey? But isn't that totally a different person? She looks this way because she is obviously in the middle of channeling a spirit. It's unbelievable that she can... Yet, it is the truth. When Miss Maya Fey is in that state, she physically changes into the person she's calling. I mean, if you don't believe me, just look at the girl standing right next to Phoenix, for goodness sake. Miss Von Karma, a word if I may. Mia? Taking pictures of someone during a private visit is illegal. Surely you must know that picture can't be submitted as evidence. Obviously, I know this picture is illegal, but I never intended to submit it as evidence in the first place. What is she? From the moment I showed this picture to the court, the case became all mine. After all, this image has now been forever burned into the judge's mind. I don't even have a single witty line. It looks like we've been had. I don't claim to understand this, but I still cannot believe it. Are you saying that this person is the defendant Maya Fey? If I go up here, the trial will end. But if I slip up and say something wrong, it will cost me. Is there any way I can prove that the person in this picture is not Maya? I can prove it! Somehow! Your Honor! Oh, the fire's returned in your eyes, I see. This picture... within this picture lies a critical contradiction to, to all the testimony up until now. Contradiction? So, you think you've spotted a problem with this picture? Then earn your keep. Why don't you point out exactly what's so strange in the court about this picture? It's the fact that her right sleeve, or choose her left, our right, doesn't have a bullet hole in it. Take that! Please direct your attention here. So her left, my right, to the sleeve. But there isn't anything odd about it. And that is exactly what is so odd. Something that should be there is suddenly missing. Should be there. Ah! There was a bullet hole in the sleeve of the defendant's costume. If that's the case, then it should be in this picture as well. Miss Von Karma, you intended to hide this valuable piece of evidence? You will most certainly be assigned a penalty for this. Alright, this should do some major damage to our argument. Don't celebrate yet. You like to bring down the mood, don't you? Take a look at Miss Von Karma's face. She's got that condescending grin plastered over her face again. Tisk tisk, jumping the gun again, I see, Your Honor. I would like to extend an apology on behalf of those incompetent fools. What do you mean? And what incompetent fools? If those fools down at the precinct hadn't missed the bullet hole, I would have gotten a report about it. As I didn't, I could not have known that this picture was of any value to this case. I see. She's lying for her teeth, I know it. That woman knew about everything, the bullet hole, the picture, everything. But you can't prove that. Franziska Von Karma's idea of a perfect case is quite fascinating, don't you think? Your Honor, you need not worry. If you must assign a penalty, I'll personally make sure that the detective gets what's coming. I'm sure there will be a great gnashing of teeth at the next salary discussion. Poor Gumshoe. Good morning. Hey John, how you doing? I mentioned it in my pinned comment, but I've advanced further in Ultra Despair Girls. I've done Chapter 3 and most of Chapter 4. I really got into it. I was doing Chapter 3. I was like, despite the fact that Chapter 3 is extremely fucked up, I really got into the rhythm of the game, so I just carried on playing into Chapter 4 until I stopped for the night. In any case, it's a very big problem. When the defendant was taken into custody, her costume had a bullet hole in his sleeve. And I've started working on a review as well. I started writing up my draft. Obviously, I'll add more to it as I go through the game, and I won't finish it and start working on it properly until I finish the game. But I've at least got some ideas. I understand the theming of the game. I understand what they're going for, and I have a firm understanding of the gameplay mechanics. So I want to talk about that and start making my notes and bits and bobs of that and whatnot. When the defendant was taken into custody, her costume had a bullet hole in its sleeve. However, from this photo, it would appear that right after the shooting, there was none. The judge is confused by this strange twist of events. This is your chance, Phoenix. Load all you've got into this one shot, alright? Got it. Watch this, Maya. Your Honor, there's only one logical explanation for this contradiction. The shooter is someone else. Well, where in Chapter 4 are you? Okay, we've met up with Haji Toa, you know, the dude with the brace on his arm. We defended the base again. Shiyo Kuma self-destructed, but the head somehow still survived, and so did the AI. We got to see Kamaru's mad sick motorcycle skills, which just fucking revs it like a psycho, whilst Toka and Haji are both holding on for dear life. And we've gone down like the secret lift to like the secret base, and like it was like the first save point there is where I stopped for the night. So I haven't actually explored the secret base yet to see what secrets we find there. Oh yeah, and we also got that one really fucking out of left field line from Haji that I really, really think was probably a mistranslation, because if it's not, what the fuck? Yeah, what the fuck? I imagine you know the line I'm fucking talking about, but what the fuck? There's a point where Toka makes a joke theorizing that Haji just dragged them away to like be flirty with them or something, and Haji shuts it down by saying, no, I don't, you're not my type, I like them younger. And I'm like, Toka at most is 19, Kamaru at most is 17. What do you mean, like I'm younger, Haji? What do you fucking mean, like I'm younger, Haji? What are you cracking up? What are you fucking...
So I imagine it's a mistranslation, and it's something else in the Japanese version. But I was like, when I read that line, the fact they fucking gloss over it and carry on, I was like... It is a mistranslation, but still. Yeah, it's still fucking weird. I was still like... They should have fucking looked over that again. But I say that, like, the whole of the game has its moments, so I kind of just learned to run with it. It's like, if the game's gonna do shit like that, sure. But after Chapter 3, and I'll talk about it more properly in my review, because this isn't really the place and time to start throwing that on people that could be watching, because what it covers is kind of grim. I had to come away for a minute, like, at points during Chapter 3, because, like, once you realise it's not just what it is, and, like, what happens... It's when you know what the theme of it is, and you know what they're trying to tell with that chapter. It's not all just pointless, crazy bullshit. There's a reason they're doing it. Once you realise the reason, it went from really uncomfortably dark to, I need a minute. You know, like, you're kind of like, oh, okay, this is what they're doing. The defendant's sleeve has a bullet hole in it. However, the person clearly does not. There can only be one explanation. The person who shot Dr. Gray was not the defendant, but a different person altogether. What? Order. If order is not restored, I will suspend this trial. Oh, hey, why me? The defense's argument is a complete mess. A complete mess? I fail to see how. Please enlighten us. You witness. The heck? You gotta ask a girl for a favor. Be quiet, you. You were the one who said there was only the two of them when you entered the room. Well, you know, if you were lying, I swear that my whip would be the last thing you see. Look, sis, you're looking mighty scary. Why don't you say you? I swear I wasn't lying on nothing. There wasn't anyone else in that room, honest. You see? Now riddle me this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Where did the defendant vanish to? And where did the other women appear from? Lately, all I want to do is cry. Well, if the person in the picture is not the defendant, then this poses two very big questions. First, where did the defendant vanish to? And second, where did this person come from? That's right. Just hurry up and answer, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I still really like the other things they do in Chapter 4, but it still kind of gets me a bit. Yeah, fair enough. I think, and I'll make a point of talking about it a lot in the review, but I genuinely really enjoy Ultra Despair Girls. I'm really enjoying it as its own thing. It's got problems. Boy howdy does it have problems, but I'm really enjoying it. And I feel like Chapter 4, like the first little bit of Chapter 4 where you're defending the kid, it's a short sequence, but I was kind of like, come on. Like, it's like, why is this kid just sitting in the middle of fucking everyone? What is it? Nagisa, his name is. In the middle of all the enemies, and then ask me to defend him. Like, and then, like after that the not boss fight, because you can't really lose it, and it's also a really fucking weird boss fight in its own reasons. You then do another defend the objective, trying to defend people. It's like, come on. But outside of the defend the objective, when you get to, like, in between the boss fight and the next defend the objective, when you get to just freely explore that district of the town, like, find the puzzle rooms for yourself, like, find the challenge for yourself if you want to, and just kind of, like, freely explore and pick up secrets and whatnot, I was like, this is brilliant. Like, this is, like the best part of the game is just where it just lets you crack on with it and just lets you get on and explore. And it was, like, the most open area of the game so far. So I don't know what Chapter 5 or 6 will hold, but it was, like, it was really fun because of it, and I was having a blast with this, just to realise that actually Chapter 4's been hella long. Like, Chapter 3 kind of whizzes by when you think about it. You backtrack, you do a tower defense. Oh, I should probably advance this so she doesn't keep punching the floor. Like, you do the tower defense, you get kidnapped, you do a fucking mini game, and then you do like a linear section, boss fight, chapter's done. It's like, it's extremely short and you think about it. Come on, you can't fall apart here, Phoenix Wright. I can't believe that even me is calling me by my full name. But, I mean, how am I supposed to prove something like this? Had enough yet, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Or do you think you have enough in you to turn things around even now? To turn things around? I do. I did notice that, John. I've mentioned it in my review. After her speech, instead of holding the gun like this, she holds it in one hand and will do like that when she runs. Like, she actually has more confidence in her step. I was like, that's fucking sick that she's actually, like, developing as a person. I'm also going to make a point of mentioning in the review, Kamaru's, like,
my favorite protagonist in Danganronpa. It's like, she's a really fucking enjoyable character. Alright, that minigame. Yeah, that one from Chapter 3. But the thing is, the minigame creeped me out, but I make a mention in the review, I understand exactly what they were going for when they did it. It wasn't just really creepy fan service, maybe you're into that kind of shit. Yeah, it's extremely fucking disturbing, but there's a reason for it. And it's entirely to do with the villain of the week, the Chapter 3's villain's motive. Or her reason for what she does. She makes it very clear, everything that's happened to her, she wants other people to suffer the same way. So making Komaru go through that is her way of trying to make her go through what she went through, essentially. So in the narrative, it makes sense for that to happen. It's the whole I've suffered so you must suffer ideology. But it's a kid, so the kid does it the only way they have this, available to them. Of course, the kid's not actually they themselves going to do that to Komaru. They're going to make a machine do it so they don't have to touch them. And that's as far as I'll say it, because like I said, I don't want to make... the last thing I want is someone who's like sensitive to that to the topic that chapter covers, not knowing I'm about to talk about it, happens to click to this bit and then just hearing all, you know, like I don't want to upset people by accident, so I'm going to carry on. That's right, Mia would always turn things around and change her perspective. Phoenix? So, where did this intruder appear from? And where did Maya disappear to? I need to look at the situation from a different angle. Let's see. What if, before we broke in, the third person was already in the room? And what if Maya had left that room somehow? If I could prove that either one of these contradictions were true... Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've come up with. I think what happened before we forced our way into the channeling chamber was... Maya had left the room. Maya had left the channeling chamber at some point, and the defense can prove this. Oh, how a foolish fool makes a foolish face while dreaming foolish dreams. Maya Fey was being looked after by her aunt, Morgan Fey. Chances of her leaving the crime scene is lower than the detective's salary. Anyway, let's see some evidence. Prove that this murdered and the arrest went left the room. The black key. Miss Hart, do you remember this key? Well, I've seen it. Hey, that's the channeling chamber key, right? Before the channeling started, Maya locked the door with, from the inside with that. The defendant locked herself in the door? Yeah, that's why we couldn't get the door open. That key is one of its kind, after all. Oh, one of its kind, you say? Wait, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Yes? Looks like she's catching on. I'm afraid to ask, but... why is that key currently in your possession? Huh? What do you mean? If Maya Fey locked herself in, then the key should have been with her. Yes, agreed. However, she did not have the key at the time of her arrest. Oh, well, ain't that a kid? So how come you're holding it? I got this from as a present from a certain little girl. And that little girl was nowhere near the crime scene at the time. That's preposterous. This means that Maya Fey must have left the room. If she had not, then I would not be holding this key you have seen before you. No! And to be fair, if you want to talk about things that were weird in Ultra Despair Girls, that fucking boss fight in the early half of Chapter 4, I get it, like, the boss, to not spoil anything, had no intention of hurting Komaru. And so, but at the same time, their attacks has to be convincing enough to Komaru that they intend to get blood to make Komaru fight back. So the slashes have to be close enough when they attack to make it convincing that maybe they just narrowly missed. So it scratches up Komaru's clothes. I didn't realize the gimmick to how to beat the boss immediately. Komaru, the poor girl, was in her underwear when I finished the fight. I was like, oh no! I was like, why is this a fucking thing in the game? That she was literally just like in her bra or her panties, and that was it, holding the gun. And I was just like, no, this poor girl. Why the fuck? And the game doesn't even fucking address it afterwards. So you win the fight and all the clothes are just magically back on her and the game just moves on. It just doesn't question it at all. I was like, this fucking game. Ultra Despair Girls is unapologetic at points. And I try, and it makes it awkward for a review to discuss, because I have to be careful how I discuss it. Because I have to say, look, I can't just be here and be a negative Nancy and be like, oh, all fan service should not be in it, blah, 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 because they're there for a fucking reason. That's what sells units, it's what sells engagement. Whether it's a bloke or a girl, it's how it happens. So I can't just be negative Nancy and be a complete bias on it. At the same time, I always try and be reasonable when I talk about fan service in games and try and be, does it make sense and is it harmless? If it's both, I don't give a shit. The character could have their tits out for all I care. If it makes sense in the narrative and it's harmless, as in it doesn't affect the well-being of the character, doesn't affect the stance of them, don't give a shit. If it does, then I raise an issue. then I raise an eyebrow and be like, And chapter 4 is like where I start that discussion with that bit where it's like, when you get attacked with condoms, because in the narrative it makes sense. The person you're facing doesn't want to hurt you but wants to make it convincing, so slashing at your clothes instead. The slashes are close enough to make you react. But that's a discussion. That's where the discussion starts. My mother's been texting. 1 second. Sorry, 1 second, guys. There we are. Let me catch up with the stream, make sure we're back where we were. Righty toity, let me also scroll down because we're at the end of this part of the trial, so it's going to go to the next investigation. There we go. To an impasse. This picture has clearly captured the face of the murderer. However, is this person the defendant or not? The defense is arguing that this person is not the defendant. Furthermore, as proof, the key has been submitted as evidence. Ms. Von Karma, how can this be? At this point in time, a verdict on the defendant's guilt is not possible. My perfect case. How is there a flaw in my perfect case? I don't think you've won yet, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I am a prodigy. I've never lost a case. And I don't intend to lose here in this courtroom to a fool like you. I don't care what I have to do. I will get my guilty verdict. That's enough. If you would like to continue, do so in the lobby. Court will reconvene tomorrow at 10 AM. That is all. Court is adjourned. June 21st, 1:32 PM. Wow! That was you, Pearly? You summoned my sis? Yeah, I felt I had no choice. Great going, Pearly. I knew you were special. Hey, Nick, did you know? Yeah, it's not like anyone else could have done that. Nick, I know you're trying really hard and all, but I really don't remember ever leaving that room. I don't think that I think that's a third person. Could have gone into that room. Yeah. Well, at least we have until tomorrow to figure things out. Like, what happened in that room, for instance? Yeah, I'm counting on you. Aw, I envy the two of you. Stop it, stop trying to ship us. You probably haven't seen the video on the about the game, but a YouTuber called Nezumi VA posted a relatively new review about the game and why a lot of the fans kind of ostracize it. I recommend you check it out after you finish the game. It does a pretty good job. Is that the person who uploaded a video on Danganronpa 2 and it was something like the near perfect sequel was the video was called? Is that the person? Because I think I saw that in my feed. I haven't watched it, but I think I saw something like that in my feed. That might be someone else. And it's like they had like their own drawn fan art, and it was like their almost their self-insert as like the thumbnail art for the thumbnail of the video. Is it that person? Yeah. Okay. So I know who you're talking about. Yeah. I saw. I said the thumbnail to that video just pop up on my like your home feed on YouTube. It just popped up on there. And I was like, oh, I'll probably check it out at some point. Still haven't, but I will at some point. But yeah, I'll do that. I think, obviously I can't speak for the whole game for Ultra Despair Girls yet, because I haven't finished Chapter 4, I haven't done 5, 6, or whatever. But I wouldn't be surprised if, as a whole, I end up in the game's defense more than its prosecution, to use this as a point. Like,
I genuinely think it's a solid game, and I genuinely think it's a shame it gets overlooked. I know it's a spin-off, so by nature it does, but I genuinely feel there's a lot there, and it's a really enjoyable experience as a whole. Like I said, it does have problems, and I will try and talk about them in the review. There is a lot of backtracking in the earlier chapters. There are a lot of plot threads that feel kind of weird. Toko as a character lies needlessly for like the first 2 chapters straight. Like, there's a lot of things that I want to like talk about and question and discuss about the game, but equally I really love Komaru as a character. I think she's really enjoyable. I think her character arc makes sense considering the situation she's in and how she eventually starts to find her fitting. I like the different ammo types and the puzzles surrounding it. I think the puzzles and challenge rooms are great pace breakers, and I like the fact that they are actually getting slightly more complicated. I'm having to stop and think, whilst that, like in the first couple chapters I was kind of taking one glance and going, oh okay, I see, and that was it. Like, I'm enjoying Ultra Despair Girls a lot. Like, and I've said it before, in terms of tone, I feel like it captures the tone of the franchise better than V3. And I know that's a bit of a hot take, but I genuinely feel like it captures the mentality, the spirit, and how it should feel. Like the whole hope versus despair, Hope's Academy, yada yada. Finding things through, having a bit of sense of humour, even if things are horrendously dark in places. Having things suddenly happen instead of just, you know, slow build-ups of devastation. It feels like Danganronpa. More than V3 in places. Anyway. Oh, by the way, Nick. Do you think you could take Pearly back home for me? Sure. Alright, Pearls. You ready to go buy some tickets? Huh. A ticket? Poor thing. She's so sheltered. Oh, and I got another text. So give me a minute. Let me save. My mother, she doesn't like to send short texts. She has to send fucking paragraphs. I have to read it and go. Let's make sure this catch remains in place. I do kind of hope, though, with Ultra Despair going forward, that they're careful with escalation. And I say that because I have, you know, the retrospective of doing the main trilogy now, and how that poorly handled its escalation. Where the second game's big plot twist seems a little bit more extreme than the first, and you go to the third, to V3, and it's another even more extreme twist, and you're like, And I'm worried because Chapter 1, it was kind of plain sailing in a lot of ways, even though it was, you know, extreme. But Chapter 2 escalated it with Jotaro being a freak of nature. Chapter 3 escalated it with all the things that happen, and now Chapter 4 is trying to push the boundary up by, you know, revealing the twist of like what Nagito's up to and what's happening with Toka and where we go next. And it's like, I'm worried it's going to start crossing a line again. We're like, now because I have retrospective of V3 kind of crossing the line with its Chapter 6 story, I'm worried that this one, I'm going to get to the end of it and like it's just going to go too far with like a twist or an extreme piece or something. And to be fair, I can imagine to a lot of people some of the events in the game were already a step too far, but that's the discussion for the review. Thank you very much for bringing me home, Mr. Nick. You're welcome. I had to come and look into a few things here today anyway. I thought about this a little. If Mystic Maya didn't kill that nice man, she definitely didn't. Excuse me, sorry. Yes, of course. But if she didn't, then someone else did, right? That murderer person. Yes, Pearls. Oh, I see. And what's wrong? She seems sad. So, what did you think of seeing your first trial? It was really surprised. I'd never seen so many people before. Oh. Well, Mystic Maya looked so small and helpless. Well, Maya's already naturally short, so... And then that snobby woman with the ruffy clothes. Roughly? Oh, she means Franziska. She had such a bad attitude. She acted like she had already decided that Mystic Maya did it. I'm gonna tell her what I think of her tomorrow.
I wouldn't miss tomorrow's trial for the world.
Why was that woman bullying Mystic Maya?
Well, she's the opposite of a lawyer, a prosecutor. So her job is to prove people guilty. They don't care if someone's innocent. All they care about is if they win.
But that's terrible. But she's really a good prosecutor with a heart on the inside, right?
There's no one like that. All prosecutors are the same. Damn, Phoenix has developed a bias since the last game. Well, he might have become a good guy. Eventually.
He? Who are you talking about, Mr. Nick? Is it that person Mystic Maya was talking about, Mr. Edgeworth?
That was a long time ago. He's not around anymore.
Huh?
He's clutched onto his foolish pride too fiercely and died for it.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, you're being a bit overdramatic, Phoenix. He's not dead. He's just gave up his job. By the way,
Yeah? What is it?
you wouldn't happen to know anything about who the murderer is, would you?
Why are you asking me?
Oh, I was just thinking earlier.
I didn't see anything.
She didn't see anything, huh? Speaking of that, doing the murder. Who was Pearls? What was she doing? On top of that, this key. So when did she pick this up? Pearl, what's your alibi? I just realised I never asked what you were doing at the time of the crime. Pearls, where were you and what were you doing when the murder happened?
What I was doing? Well, I wasn't doing anything.
She's real bad at lying. You can whisper it to me, I won't tell anyone else, I promise.
No, fuck you, have my locks.
Ah!
I guess you can see through my lie, huh?
Yeah, clearly.
Can't lie to you, can I, Mr. Nick?
Well, but we can't get it out of her anyway, so we'll move to the Winding Way. And as we do, have to respond to Mama Dearest again. My mum, sorry. Ouch. Because my sister's gone to the zoo today. My oldest sister went to the zoo with her husband just to kind of, you know, like enjoy life sort of thing. Because like, she's gone up to Yorkshire, which is like far up the country. And my mum just sent me a text when, your sister just told me about the zoo. She fucking hates it. Too new. I was like, oh, okay. It's really empty. Training was supposed to be held today, but I guess it's already over. Sorry, where am I? I'm going to the Winding Way. So there's no one here. Even though the weather is gorgeous today, it's raining inside my heart. Oh! I missed something, the very topmost page. At the very, very top of the page, I just barely missed it. Give it a key. Oh, this key. Pearls, you found it on the day of the murder, right?
Yeah?
Now, where you found this key is very important.
So please tell me, Pearls, where did you find this? Oh, I found it in the incinerator.
Incinerator? Thinking about that one in the garden.
Dawn, it was a little open, so I took a peek.
When was that?
It was after the channeling, and everyone was in a panic. Mr. Nick?
Yeah?
Are you going to tell my mother?
Huh? You mean tell Morgan what you did?
Yeah, she finds out that I was playing in the leftover trash. I'll get spanking.
Ah, gotcha. Well, let's keep it a secret from her then, alright? The incinerator, huh? Sounds like a good place to search next. And we can't talk about anything else because she won't give up her alibi. Now we go. Oh, whoops. Oh, don't, she'll kill you. Hey, there's someone by the incinerator. Oh, looks like they've noticed me. And they're now running at top speed towards me. Hey! Like, you're that dentist guy. Actually, it's Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. Nice to see you again. Oh, like, real suave. So, like, it's like my turn. It's nice to see you too. So what's up? You're all out of breath. Like, huh? Oh, like, you mean... Like, stop playing like, please. I'm just totally happy and, like, totally excited to be here. Excited? Like, I mean, there are so many things to, like, see. It's, like, the real deal here. Oh, really? For example? For example, like, that urn over there. You, like, know about it? I see, it's an old cracked piece of pottery. Talk to Eeny Meeny. Some sort of legend connected with this urn. But yeah, like it's like this village's treasure. One sec. Alright, Mother's very insistent. Didn't know that. And like, it's sealed inside that urn. It's? What are you talking about? Like, you know, Army Faye's spirit. Army? Faye? Who's that? Like, geez, Mr. Smith, get with the program. Everyone knows the lady who founded the current channeling techniques was Mystic Army. You don't have to get upset with me. So, like, as long as her spirit, like, lives in that urn, the spiritual power of the Faye family will stick around. Like, isn't that totally romantic? Romantic, huh? That urn is really important, as they say. It could be a vital clue. What happened? Eni, sorry. I wanted to ask you about the murder. You saw Ina. My brain went to Ina. Oh, jeez. I've been watching Hololive a little bit. Murder? To Grey. Remember, as if there's another one. Oh, that one. Like, you should have said so in the first place. So, like, I totally don't know anything, because I was, like, sleeping in the side room. Well, that's not much help. Did you notice anything at all? Like, come on. What a total bore. I, like, totally have nothing to do with this, like, murder thing. Oh, yeah? You only introduced Dr. Grey to Karain Village. No relation, sure. Even if you were only acquaintances, that still means you knew him. Furthermore, your sister, who died in that accident, was a nurse at the clinic. Alright then, why don't you tell me about your sister's fatal accident? Like, why? You think, like, it's got something to like, do with the murder? I don't know yet, but I'm trying to chase down every lead I can. Ah, for fuck's sake. Cyclops. Like, what is it? Looks like I'm gonna need something to pry her mouth open on this one. What's your word choice, Phoenix? Examine the incinerator, and examine the urn. That's right. Pearl says she found the key inside the incinerator. I guess I should take a look inside for myself. This is from Maya's costume. There's blood on it, a tiny bit, but still. Unburned scraps found inside the garden's incinerator. Small amounts of blood on it. Oh damn! Someone tried to like burn like the blooded clothes. Damn! Did you think they tried to throw it like a baseball? Should we be looking for writing? This is where Finn's like, oh, I found this weird writing. Yeah, it says 11:37. What could it mean? What? So there's a spirit in this urn, huh? All I see is a bunch of cracks. Well, I guess maybe the spirit could live in the space between the cracks. Looks like something's written on it. I am? Huh, weird. Yeah, it's supposed to be army. It's put in wrong. Okay, where next? After we get the urn, we move to the channeling chamber. Looks like Morgan's here too. But she hasn't noticed me yet. What's she doing? It's like she's taking a picture.
Don't you see? Take a look around. Finally, my chance has come. I waited for this day for so long. That's right. Prepare yourself, dear Misty. What in the... Who's there? Oh, if it isn't Mr. Wright. I'm just curious, but that picture you were just looking at. Oh, today was that event, was it not, good sir? I heard you did well. Huh. Oh yes, thank you. Terribly sorry I could not attend the trial today. Please accept my apology. I had a previous engagement, and I had to watch over the trainees' training today. I get the sense she really doesn't want to talk about the picture. All because the master can't be here with us, you understand. And that is why a lowly branch family member such as myself must do this. Yeah. Not suspicious at all. Alright, let me scroll down. Talk to Morgan. Have you remembered anything about the murder? No, I told you everything I know already. Were you in the room the whole time Lostra and I went to call the police? Yes, of course. I was by Mystic Maya's side the entire time. I performed the spirit sailing technique and held her in my arms afterward. You said that yesterday as well. Did anything else happen? I would like to say more did, however that is all that occurred. I was really hoping for some new info. I suppose nothing happened in the end, good sir. Sorry to have played on your hopes. Could you possibly be more patronizing? So did the students train every day? Yes, absolutely. They were given a day off the day after the murder, of course. However, and I assume both Maya and Pearls went through this training? Mr. Wright. Yes. Wow, she's getting real fast. How many times must I tell you before you understand, good sir? They have to be addressed as Mystic Pearl and Mystic Maya. Sorry, I meant Mystic Maya and Mystic Pearl. Wait, I'm sorry, but Mystic Pearl? Isn't that going a bit far? Next question, please. Oh man, she really is being a pain in the butt about this. Please remember to watch not only what you say, but how you say it, good sir. So the master is Maya's mother, right? Mystic Misty. She is a brilliant medium. And where is she now? We are not sure. Not sure? But 16 or 17 years ago, Mystic Misty failed at channeling a certain spirit. And after that, she simply disappeared. I don't believe she will return to this village in any case. And in 4 years' time, name of her forever erased. And in 4 years' time, her name will forever be erased from this village. Do you know what I'm struggling with? And what's like fucking me up? Let's see if I can change it. Yeah, let's change the transparency to a little lower. Because I feel like that's it. The transparency is fucking with my ability to read some words. With my dyslexic nature. Erased. A person who has been away from the village for over 20 years is considered dead. Oh, I see. And that is 4 years from now for her. When that happens, a new master will be appointed to Karain village. And Mystic Maya is supposed to become the next master. However, with this murder, I'm afraid I must be imagining things, but I thought she was laughing to herself for a second there. Yeah, because she wants her family branch to go in. She's hoping her family branch will go in. It's probably like she's the killer, probably, and she just framed it all to make sure Maya got done for it, so she could have her family take over and no longer be the branch but the main. Anyway, with nothing else to talk about, we need to go all the way back to the detention center to talk to Maya. Nick, I've been waiting. She looks so helpless. So how was it? What did you find out? Well, I found a few things. Is it so bad that you can't even look at me in the eye? I just need a little more time. It'll all come together by tomorrow, I promise. I'm sorry, Nick. Every time I see you, all I do is cause trouble. That's not true. Well, it kind of is, but shush. So how was it, today's trial, I mean? You were fantastic, Nick. Every time I thought our goose was cooked, you managed to turn it all around. I bet it would make a great Hollywood movie. Don't be silly. We have to concentrate on the trial. We're going to win this, Maya. Thanks a lot. Really. Hey, Nick? The person who shot Dr. Gray wasn't me, was it? Of course not. You're completely innocent. If that were true, then I'd be really happy, but there wasn't anyone in that room with the two of us, right? Well, did you check behind the folding screen? Took a quick glance and there wasn't anyone there. That's exactly what Lossa said too. Nick? Yeah? Why do you believe in me? Why do you think I didn't kill Dr. Gray? Because of something Mia told me. My sis? What did she tell you? She said that spirit mediums can't have dreams. When you're channeling, it's impossible for you to dream, because your soul leaves you. Now that you mention it... Wait, then I really am? You are not the real murderer. I think that maybe before you were even called the spirit, you were drugged. Drugged? I think that was planned from the very beginning. And you were set up to take the blame for killing Dr. Gray. That's... I want to ask you something about Pearls. Pearlie? What about her? No matter what I try, she won't answer me. I want to know what she was doing at the time of the murder. Huh? Wait, Nick, you don't think she did it, do you? No, nothing like that. She'd never do anything like that, you hear me? Never. She was a great kid, and really cute, and really great and cute. I didn't really think she was the murderer, but she's definitely hiding something. You were with her on that day, right? Yeah, the two of us. We were playing with a ball. A ball, huh? Sounds like a dead end to me. We'll check anyway. So about the ball. It's nothing really special, just a plain old ball. I think she was still playing with it when I started the channeling job that day. Cody really loves to play with that ball. She loves to play with that ball, huh? When she wants to get it, she always climbs right into the clothing box. The clothing box? Yeah. Pearlie's always hiding in there. You know the side room? There's a clothing box in there. It's really big, so once you see it, I'm sure you'll know what I'm talking about. Clothing box in the side room, huh? Guess where we're going? Oh, Jesus. Ah! Ah! Hey, wait, please, Lotta. She ran off into the manor. Lotta. Ah! Hey, telling you quit following me, you hear? Worthless piece of trash. You lay your eyes on me and I'll turn to dust. Oh, the music keeps on trying to start but can't get anywhere. Okay. Pretty sure I saw Lotta run in this direction. It doesn't look like she's here. Oh my... We can never escape. We can never escape. Pearl's ball. Like I said, it was always kept in the clothing box. So then, what's it doing on the floor? Pearl's favourite toy. She was playing with this at the time of the murder, it seems. Okay. Examine the wicker box. Clothing box where the Pearl's ball is usually kept. I wonder what's inside. Ah! Ah! What are you doing in there? What are you thinking? A bad person is no busy human trash. I need a hole to crawl into. So you crawled into this clothing box because there wasn't a hole to crawl into? Oh man. Huh? It's a small hole in the clothing box. And it's about 8 inches off the ground. It's the same height as the hole in the folding screen. Then could this? Could they have been hiding in there? And then they just... And then put Maya in there? Move to the meditation room. Oh, Mr. Nick! The person ran by here just now. What person? You know, the person with the fluffy cotton candy hair. Ah, she means Lotta. She said, don't look at me with them eyes, but I'm not that scary, am I? I don't think that's quite what she meant. Oh, that's why. She also wanted me to tell you, going on a trip to find myself, and so don't ya bother finding me. Oh, well, thanks. You're welcome. Take that! Pearl's alibi. Pearl, you have to tell me what you were doing when the murder happened, okay? But what if I can't just tell you what happened? And I'll guess what happened. How does that sound? What? You can do that? You'll tell me if I guess something right, won't you? Yeah.
Now, when the murder was taking place, you were here, right? Take that! Shouted at the kid. You were here, weren't you, pals? In the Winding Way. Wow, you got it. So, do you think you can tell me now? Oh, sorry, not yet. Oh man, right, what next? Okay, I think I know what you were doing there. Do you really know that much? Well, I'm a lawyer, you know. Oh, what was she doing? She was playing with a ball. Take that! You were playing with this ball, right? That's right. How did you know? Maya told me that you love to play with your ball. Yeah, I was playing with my ball. Huh. And then? Something happened, huh? Something really bad? What do you mean something? No, nothing happened. This is it. While you were playing in your ball, this happened. You accidentally broke the urn. This urn. It's a village treasure, right? And the spirit of the founder of the Korean technique is sealed in here, isn't it? Yeah. What's this? It's cracked all over, isn't it? There's even a few gaps here and there. Oh, please don't tease me. Pearl, you broke the sacred urn, didn't you? The ball smacked into it and knocked it over, right? And if Morgan found out, she'd get really mad, huh? Doesn't seem to be fighting back. I think I hit the bullseye this time. But strange that the lock isn't broken yet. It's a really old urn, isn't it? I guess. It's not old. It's not. So it's not that weird to have a few cracks. My voice is shaking. How can you tell the urn has been broken? Oh my. Because the name's fucking wrong. Take that. Who started the Korean channeling technique? Huh? Oh, it was Mystic Ami. That's right. And how did you spell her name? Do you know? How do I spell her name? I don't know. It's spelled A-M-I. And I thought it was a little odd that I saw I am written on this urn. And that's how I knew someone must have broken this urn. And made a mistake in spelling when they put it back together again. Now we'll try and get our alibi. Oh yeah, I'm wearing my Sonic shirt. I'm wearing it for a good reason. I have a hunch for this month. I have a big fucking hunch that I think something Sonic related is going to get related this shown off this month. And my hunch being Sonic Frontier is being leaked on the ratings board. Like, it's been found on like a Korean's ratings board. And we know it's coming out, it's coming out at the end of the year, but for it to be on the ratings board, it's like, oh, they might have something to show soon. And it was kind of not so subtly told to us by Aaron Webber, who is like my go-to source of info for Sega, because he used to be the what's the word I'm looking for? I want to say customer manager, but that's not it. He was like the Twitter manager, and he was always be on like most Sega videos, like talking to the audience, like the communication manager. The word's eluding me, you know what I mean. He was like that kind of like person. He was in charge of all of that and kept on top of it. But he got promoted to a much higher position in the company, like about a year ago. And when he did, he still keeps on track and keeps us like updated, even though he's not like the community manager. That was the word I was looking for. Community manager, even though he's not the community manager anymore. And one of the things he made kind of clear is that there is a lot in the works and a lot coming, but they were waiting for the Sonic Movie 2 to be out in like most places before they worried about it. They wanted to let the film, have its time in the shine first. And since it came out in the US, a week ago now, having something potentially either this month or at the start of next month makes sense. Especially because there's a Sonic Origins is supposed to come out at some point this year as well, which is a classic collection of all the old games, but with like modern support and like modern features, which will be my excuse to showcase Sonic CD and Sonic 3, and obviously go back through 1 and 2 since I did the Let's Plays on them so long ago. Anyway, back on topic. Around when Mystic Maya started this channeling on that day, I was playing in the Winding Way with my ball. And that's when you broke the urn? Yeah, I broke it. I accidentally let Mystic Ami's spirit fly away. Don't worry, Morgan will never know, okay? I'm a bad child. Breaking a village treasure is unforgivable. I thought
that maybe they would make me leave the village. But the broken pieces were pretty big, so...
You thought you could put them back together and no one would notice?
Yeah. I found some glue and brought it to the hallway, and fixed the urn there.
The hallway? You mean Winding Way?
Yeah. Bless her. The channeling had already started, so I didn't think anyone would walk by.
I see. So about how long did it take you? It must have been a nasty repair job.
Yes, I might be strong in spiritual things, but when it comes to arts and crafts, I'm not nearly as skilled. When I finished fixing the urn and looked up, I saw you coming into the manor.
So that's around when Lotta and I were coming back inside and report after reporting the murder.
When I saw that, I packed everything up in a hurry. Mr. Nick?
What is it, Pearls?
I'm gonna get banished, aren't I?
I really don't think that's going to happen. I mean, I bet Mystic Army's happy you've been freed from that cramped urn.
Yeah, I hope so.
And I'm done, and a happy resolution.
Whew.
Once we've talked about everything, move to the village. I think I found everything I can, but I can't see how it all adds up. And is Eenie Meenie just here by coincidence? Hey, mister! How is it that the spirit Dr. Gray wanted to call just happened to be that nurse? And that nurse turns out to be Enie's sister. It's too convenient. Hey, Phoenix, I'm talking to you! I wish I knew a little more about Eenie, but where am I going to find info like that? Oh, I get it. Can't be bothered to look at you trashy like me. Is that it, Mr. High and Mighty? Ah, Lotta! Oh, so you finally noticed. I thought I heard a mosquito buzzing in my ear, although I couldn't understand a word. Well, I gotta hand it to you. You sure know how to chase down garbage. I mean, I'm grateful to you for chasing this large lump of one around like this. Thanks? But you know, you're just wasting your time. I'll be fine on my own. What's he going on about? And as for following or chasing or whatever it is, isn't that what you're doing? Well, you see. You're not exactly a real gentleman of a lady's heart, are you? You're not exactly the world's #1 charmer either, sister. Damn, damn, Phoenix. It's like laying it. It's like, sister, you ain't got it. That's what he's... Anyway. It's like, it just hadn't sister in the idea of sentence. I had so much sass to it. Anyway, what are we doing here? Represent... Okay. Ooh, okay. That's Eenie Meenie, right? Yeah. I was wondering if you knew anything about this girl. You know, actually, I did a little checking up on her the other day. Her sister, she's the one that Dr. Gray wanted to call back from the spirit world. Yeah, I'd heard as much. I'd also heard that Eenie was the one who introduced Dr. Gray to Crane Village. You don't say. That's one sneaky gal, if you ask me. Hey, you want me to tell you more about her? Yes? Oh, I'll talk about today's trial as well, I suppose. Look, I'm really dang sorry about today. When I get all fired up about something, it's impossible to stop me. You hurt Maya really badly, Lotta. I don't suppose you could forgive a gal like me. No, don't forgive her, be an arse. Well, I guess I can. You did help Maya out too, after all. For real? Yeah, for real. Ah, thank goodness. I'm still what? No, nothing. Oh, I need to clean up this. I need to shave. I'm getting like a really itchy face today. I need to shave and clean it up a bit. Oh, no, at all. Just all myself, you know, gibberish. Now then, lot of heart at your service. I'll share with you all the dirt I dug up. Thanks. Hey, don't be all surprised. Tell you what, I'll even give you all this info for free. Lots of not taking money. Now I know this one's an alien clone. If Myra's not the real murderer, then who do you think it is, Lossa? Well, here, ain't it obvious? Is that a cult freak? You mean Eenie Meenie? Well, there ain't anyone else it could be, right? That Granny, you and me, we were all together that whole time. So Lotta suspects Eenie, which means she might have already found some info about our mysterious Eenie. Speaking of Eenie, do you have any other information about her? Sure. Well, what is it? It'll cost you, and it'll cost a lot. Oh, silly me, and here I thought free meant no money necessary. That girl was hospitalized about half a year ago. Hospitalized? But why? Well, here, you can go find out on your own. Huh? Here, I'll give you the clinic's address. Maybe you can find out something. Yeah, I got a shave. I've definitely got a shave. This is annoying me now. Well, see, actually, it was gonna be annoying, I reckon, so I didn't actually go there. Ah. Well, that's the way the grump spoils, you know? Spoiled gumbo sounds. You know, I mean, look, don't blame this on... never mind. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. Better go check out this hottie clinic. And that's where we're going next? Yes. So is this where Eni was hospitalized? Stop scratching, stop scratching. Don't, no. Oh, yes, you have visited a patient, huh? Yeah, you a doctor here? Yeah, yes, I'm Dr. Hardy, ho ho. I didn't think I'd be speaking with the director himself. Yes, what can I help you? I don't know what voice to give this fucking dude. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Mr. Enemini. Miss Meany, Miss Enemini, yes, that's too bad. I'll tell you something, that girl left you a long time ago. Here you are, sir. You know, you shouldn't be up all about. Come on, it's back to your room with you. Ah, sweet, calm down. Don't be so hard, no man like me. Don't you dare start that sweetums thing with me. If you don't behave, you'll get yourself tossed out of this hospital. Wow, I didn't think nurses could be this direct and forceful towards their boss. Come now, be a good boy and give me the director's white lab coat. Okay, I got it. Yes, don't, yes, me. Who in the world are you? I'm Director Hardy. Nurse went off somewhere. Out of humanity, only person I can talk to. Is this guy... Oh, jeez. The music, too, doesn't help. Talking about everything. So what exactly do you treat at this clinic? Oh, yes, all sorts of the doctory clinical stuff, yes. Doctory clinical stuff? Well, I don't actually know if particularly care about the details, yes, what did that look for? Ah, yes, it's a really big general hospital around the corner, yes. When they can't accommodate everyone, they move some of their patients here. You do surgeries here, right? Oh, yes, we do some plastic surgery here, it seems. It seems? Yes, it seems that way. Plastic surgery, good to know. What do you know about Miss Eenie Meenie? Now you're talking. That girl, she was transferred from the general hospital. Oh, I hate this man. From the general hospital to here? What kind of surgery did she need? Oh, yes, well, she needs surgeries. Real bad. What kind was it? Alright, she knows. It's this guy's fault. I'm blaming him now. You see, I mean, I can't tell you. You say with a happy smile on your face, Mr. Director. See, there's this thing about doctors aren't allowed to talk about patient stuff. Well, the TV shows do, right? You've seen them, right? Yes? We're going to get him to unzip those broken zipper's teeth at his rate. There's got to be something I can show to this old coot. Oi! What's this? I'm a lawyer! Right now, I'm investigating a murder. So you better speak up. Okay, this is bothering me. Give me a minute, dudes. Give me a good second, guys. This is bugging me. There's a real itch in my ear. I need to go sort it. There we go. I'm a lawyer. Right now I'm investigating a murder.
Yes, what is it, your angry face? Finds the answer, yes. Trial is tomorrow, and I'd really like some information from you. Is that right? Well, you know, I think I could let you in on a little secret. What's that? Yes, actually, I'm not a real director. Are you kidding? Anyone with half a fly's brain knew that. What do you mean? I'll have to explain this to him. Well, hold on, I'll give you something, real information, okay? I'm actually, this clinic, see, I'm like this place's walking dictionpedia. You mean walking cyclopedia? Yeah, that. My specialty is the young, silky smooth, hardy patients. There's nothing I don't know about them, but I get embarrassed talking about it. Yeah, how about you keep that kind of information to yourself? Oh, anyway, you already know about little Miss Eeny Meeny, right? Little Miss Eeny Meeny? That girl, I remember her especially well, really. Especially very well. I'm not sure I want to know. Please tell me what you know about Eeny Meeny. Oh, yes, I'll get to that. Trust me, I will. That girl, she's right. She was transferred from here to the general hospital. This was, years ago. A year ago. She was one of those emergency cases. What was she ill with? Ill? No. She was injured, not ill. My trained eye, I could see, yep. I could see there was a huge wound at that. A huge injury? Her whole body was wrapped around in bandages and her arms in a cast. That sounds pretty severe, alright. Yes, it was an accident. An accident, they're scary, yes. Cars, yes. Car? You mean it was a traffic accident? Yeah, that's what gave her terrible injuries. I swore it was in the papers, Yes, I looked it up. I did. It was terrible, yes. Did I even ask what was wrong with this old guy? No. Just now, you mentioned something about a big operation. Are you talking about Miss Eeny's operation? Yes, Miss Eeny's. That was one heck of an incident. Yes, her whole face was burned like bad toast. It was bad, very bad. Was it really that bad? It's a good thing that Miss Eeny had a picture of herself. I heard that picture was how they put her face back together. Picture? That girl, she had just gotten her license. She happened to have a license photo on her, Yes? Oh. So you see, I got her picture. There's a way to remember her, yes? Well, more like swiped. Breach of ethics? Oh, wait. What, a pretty girl like her? I bet she had lots of pictures of herself. Sure. It's a treasure, my treasure, precious. What happened to the actual license itself? Who knows? I didn't bother to ask. It probably got burned up along with the car, yes? I remember this case now. As soon as they said that, I was like, oh, right, this one. So you looked up information on Eeny's accident, correct? Yep, sure did. Yes, I read every paper that covered it at the time. What kind of accident was it? Do you remember? Yes, hold on. I'll go get it for you. The article, I mean. You have it? Oh, well, don't get me wrong. I thought something like this might come up, so... Just to the max. But I bet I could learn about how to stay on the lead from this guy. Oh, here we go. Yes. According to this, Miss Eeny was in the passenger seat. The passenger seat, huh? And dozing, or so it says. Some jolts woke her up, and the last minute, a sea of fire was all around her. Miss Eeny fought with the door, and trying to get it open, she managed to get away. Anywho, you can read about the details in this article, yes? New clue. I should probably look over this. In half a year since Miss Eeny had her surgery and got better, and was discharged sometime in December last year. It's already been half a year, huh? Yeah, so how was I? Was I a real help, wasn't I? Yes? Yeah, thanks very much. Yes, well, then I'll be getting back to my room then. Tell Miss Eeny I said hi, okay? Yes. Let me leave too, as, yes. It's definitely time to leave. I'm going back to the Winding Way. So how was it? Did you get to go to the clinic? Yeah, I found out a few things, I guess. What's the matter? You ain't looking so well. Ah, yeah, so earlier, that old granny called the cops. Huh? The cops? Why would Morgan call the police? She said she had something to tell him, things like she'll get an interest in. We'll get to you. We gotta go to the Winding Way first. We'll get to you. Probably. Hey, like, I hadn't seen you in a while. Yeah, I think I have enough to finally unlock her secret. Like, what's with that scary look on your face? Take that! It's time! Please tell me about the traffic accident. Huh? Like, whose accident? Your sister's accident, actually. Oh yeah? So, like, that Dr. Gray guy made my sister fall asleep. And, like, that's about all I have to say about that. Interesting. Eni just asked whose accident, which means she must know something about another person's accident. Alright, let's change the topic then. How about you tell me about a certain other person's accident? Huh? Another person's accident? Like, you got something in mind? I want to ask you about your own car accident. Me? Yes. So, wow, like, how strange. I have, like, no idea what you're talking about. Can you, like, prove that I was in, like, a car accident? Oh, it's right there. Would you take a look at this? It's a newspaper article from a year ago. It says, Miss Eeny Meeny holds interview about crash. You suffered a very bad injury and had to be admitted to hospital, correct? Like, wait. What now? That's not me. Huh? I mean, like, this person is, like, by the same name, but she's totally not me. My name, Eeny Meeny, is, like, pretty common. What are you babbling about? Your sister's name, Mimi Meeny, is in here, too. Like, totally wow, a scary coincidence. I'm totally getting, like, goosebumps. I'm gonna let you get away with that. So, like, now what? Like, do you have anything to say that I was hospitalized? This is your proof. Like, it's supposed to be. I got this from the hospital where you were hospitalized at. Huh, so? There was a certain patient there, quite a fan. As a memento of your stay, he stole this. I have to say, this photo looks like you. That creepy fake director? Now you're ready to tell me about the accident? Like, wait a sec. Okay, so, like, I was in an accident, sure. But that's, like, totally not related to this murder. Actually, it is. Look at this article. It says that one of the women died, correct? And that woman who died, who do you suppose they mean? Do you suppose the woman who died in the accident could be... your sister? I believe it was your sister, Mimi Meeny. Mimi. You were riding in your sister's car when she drove. The two of you were together when your accident occurred, making it one and the same. Yeah, I was riding in that car with my sister. We were, like, on our way home. I was riding in the passenger seat when I fell asleep. And then it happened. At the time, I grabbed my purse and escaped from the passenger side door. And your sister? I, couldn't do anything. The car was full of smoke. Couldn't see anything. I'm sorry. Did Dr. Gray really cause that accident by drugging your sister with sleeping pills? Like, he was totally out to get my sister. He totally did that too, like, pay my sister back. I wonder. What does give Eni a good reason to want to murder Dr. Gray? Seems simple, don't it? What do you mean? But it would be very hard to catch me, actually. I'd say impossible. What? I think you get the picture. I'm going to serve you a slide of humble pie. Hope you enjoy it. Ha ha ha. Hint hint. She's like, I know you're on to me. Fucking good luck. Looks like something's up. Stop! Leave my mother alone! Ow! Hey, hold on. Okay, Pa, it's not gonna hurt. Pearl, dear, it is perfectly alright. I will be out for a short while with this young man. Mother, please, let me go too. No, you must stay here and protect the manor. But... Oh, don't make me that face. Hey, I'll tell you what. I'll show you something cool. Here, look. It's a real pistol. Detective, do not upset me further. Ah, sorry. Poor Gumshoe, being dragged off by the ear by Morgan. Ow. Mother. Fine. You don't have to, but I'll talk to her. It's never happened before. Pulse. Mr. Nick. Hi, everybody. Hi, Dr. Nick. I have a really bad feeling that I can't shake. I think something really bad's going to happen. I'm scared. I'm really scared, Mr. Nick. And he said it again then. Just make Phoenix anything. I'm terrible at this. We don't need to talk to her at all. We need to go to the detention center. Kept me waiting, Phoenix. Mia, so how are you? How are the preparations? I think I have enough evidence and information now. I think everything will be on your shoulders tomorrow. Whether Maya is found guilty or innocent is a heavy weight to bear. Memory serves, Mia had a few psych locks of her own. Mia, I'm ready to unlock the last piece of information I need now. Sure, I'll welcome you to try. Come on, Phoenix, we don't have time to be looking at things like this. Oh, you have to talk to her first, okay. Mia, yes? Mia, you know something, don't you? About the real murderer, I mean. Why do you think so? Reese, it's really trying at times to be able to see other people's secrets. It looks like it's time for you to explain your reasoning. Yeah, I felt like wits against Mia. There's still a few slews of questions for you on your answer before... You mean, like, how did the real murderer get into the room and kill Mr. Gray? Dr. Gray? Yes. Also, when did the murderer enter the channeling chamber? You guys were all standing around in front of the room after the channeling started. Which means that the murderer must have gone into that room before channeling. That's what I think, in any case. But Maya's already said there wasn't anyone else in there. That's true. But if we can't figure out the murderer's motives, we're stuck like a beached whale. Alright, let's try and crack this open. Take that! Phoenix? You think I'm hiding information about someone from you? Isn't that right? Yes. Alright then. Somebody you think I'm protecting? Morgan. Morgan Fay, of course. There's no one else you would protect like this, Mia. Well done, but while the murder was being committed, my aunt was outside with everyone else, which means she already has an alibi. That's true. Show me some evidence that would cast suspicion on my aunt. The cloth scrap. The proof is this piece of cloth. I found it in the incinerator near the Winding Way. It's the same material as Maya's costume, except for the splotch of blood. You mean it's from Maya's costume that she was wearing at the time of the murder? Yes. But that means Maya was arrested. But when Maya was arrested, she was wearing her costume. That just means someone changed her clothes. Changed her clothes? But why? I don't know why. But there's only one person who could have done that. The one person who was taking care of Maya, my aunt. What's that look mean? Your argument is too flimsy, huh? You have no proof that this piece of cloth is actually from Maya's costume. But it's blood. And do you know whose blood this is at this point in time? You don't, do you? You have any proof that this piece of cloth is from Maya's costume? Take that! I think this is the proof you're looking for. The key to the channeling chamber, huh? At the beginning of the channeling, Maya had possession of this key. And yet, somehow, it magically ended up in the incinerator at the center garden. You're right. And that is what Maya told me. While I was channeling, the key was sitting inside my sleeve. And both the key and the piece of cloth were found inside the incinerator. Which means that this piece of cloth was part of Maya's costume. It certainly seemed that way.
Something changed into a different set of clothes. Someone changed her into a different set of clothes. And then burned the costume she was wearing in the incinerator. There is only one person who could have done that. The one person who was taking care of Maya, my aunt. Exactly. You did well, Phoenix. Thank you. As long as you have those two pieces of evidence, you can cast suspicion on my aunt. However, like I said at the beginning, my aunt has an alibi. Yeah, she was with us the whole time. This is my final question. You don't have to present solid proof for this to me. But I want to know, if my aunt is the culprit, how did she commit the murder? How she did it, huh? I want to hear your thoughts. In order for aunt, who or what did she need? Who being the giveaway? You have to present eeny meeny. Eeny meeny. She's the answer to the final question. Which means that my aunt and Eeny Meeny were in cahoots. Something's been bothering me all this time. This crime is something no normal person could carry out. The person who would have known a lot about the Fey Manor and the village itself to do this, but Morgan already has an alibi. Yes, which is why I can't figure out how it was done. We can assume that Eeny Meeny is involved somehow. But we have one big problem on our hands. A problem with what? We don't have a motive. Why would Morgan want to kill Dr. Gray? Why would she have to? Also, we don't really know for sure that she was cooperating with Eeny. Maybe it doesn't have a clue either, huh? Then there's only one possibility. Huh? Think about it, Phoenix. Why would my aunt do something like this? And why would she do it in such an underhanded fashion? Because, Mother, she is the one who holds the key to this. Mother? Who? Mine? Don't be silly. Mine, of course. Misty Fey. Mia and Maya's mother? Why would she bring her up now? Now then. Looks like we've gathered everything we could. All we have to do is win tomorrow. Everything will become apparent then. Right. Chief, we won't lose. Okay, let's see what we got. Alright, 5 fucking testimonies to work through before we reach the end of this case. Oh boy. Right. Before we do that though, I'm going to take a very quick bathroom break and then we'll wrap up this case. So, I will be back momentarily. Right, I'm back. June 22nd, 9:51 AM, District Court, Defendant number 3. Nick? Yeah? Did you know that Von Karma's daughter is only 18, just like me? Yeah, why? I was just thinking about how strong she is. I mean, she's been in Germany all this time by herself, and she's all so grown up. Yeah, and I'm sure she's felt a lot of pressure from her father's reputation. And then you look at me and, well, I'm the daughter of the master, but I'm still just a little girl. And on top of that, I'm the suspect in a murder trial, again. But I think you're really strong too, Maya, for all you've gone through. Good morning! You two look like you're doing well today. I'm happy for you. Hey, morning, Pearly. You'll be safe today, Mystic Maya. Huh? What do you mean? My mother is coming today to show her support. Yeah, that's right, Pearly. Hey, Pearls. Yeah, Mr. Nick? Do you think you could do me a big favour? Could you channel Mia today too? Huh? I was sort of hoping to sit in the audience today and watch. Please, it's very important to me. I don't feel confident enough without her help. Mr. Nick, that's enough. You can't show weakness in front of the person you love. Pearly, not this again. Please, can you do this for us, Pearls? Alright, I'll do it. I'll do it for Mystic Maya's sake. See you later then. I'll leave you to your alone time. Phew, thank goodness. Nick, this way, Pearls won't be able to see today's trial. What do you mean? What's going on? Yeah, because we know that Morgan's bad. She's not the killer, but she's an associate. She's bad. She wanted to get Maya out of the picture so she could have Pearl and her family as a whole take the reins. Court is now in session for the trial of Maya Fey. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Let's start already. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I look forward to tonight's news with great joy. The image of your defeated face will be transmitted all over the world. All over the world, huh? Sounds like you've made quite a name for yourself, Phoenix. Don't be foolish, you foolish fool wearing the foolish clothes. The famous one is me. I'm the prodigy who has never lost a case since becoming a prosecutor 5 years ago. Naturally, the world's eyes are on me as I conduct my first trial in this country. That's nice, Ms. Von Karma. Glad to see you in such a good spirits today, Miss Fey. It's true what they say. Women really are scary when they fight. Now then, very interesting theories presented during yesterday's session. That the defendant could have left the channeling chamber, correct? Yes. And his key is proof of that. His key, the only key in the channeling chamber, was not where it should have been. Your Honor, I would like to say one thing before we begin. Alright, let's hear it. The prosecution has determined that from the time of the murder to the time of the arrest, the defendant did indeed leave the room at one point. What? But, Miss Von Karma, then how would you explain this picture? Are you saying then that this person in the picture is not the defendant? I never said that wasn't the defendant. Then what is the meaning of this? All I'm saying is that Maya Fey, after killing the victim, exited the room. And I believe that that is when she dropped the key. Can you substantiate your claim? Isn't that what I'm here for? The prosecution would like to call the defendant's aunt, Morgan Fey, to the stand. Just as I suspected, Aunt Morgan. Poor Mia. She seems really torn by this. Witness, name and occupation. My name is Morgan Fey, and I am a spirit medium in the manner of speaking. I'm sorry, but what do you mean, in a manner of speaking? I don't think anyone really cares. Now then, after the murder took place, you kept watch over the defendant, correct? Yes, that is correct. I performed the spirit severing technique on Mystic Maya then. Spirit severing technique? A technique to remove a spirit from the body and send it back to the other world. That is... Yes, that is... You be quiet. Now, witness. Something happened while you were performing this technique, correct? Yes, that is correct. What in the world could have... Mystic Maya, she escaped from the room. What? Whoosh. And here we come to the heart of the matter. Maya Fey, while in a possessed state, managed to escape from the channeling chamber. Yeah, she's desperately trying to pin it on her. That's why she stepped in. Order, order, order. Miss Faye, please testify to the court what happened during this time. Your Honor, I will try my best. I think someone just upped the ante at this trial. Maya's escape. After we heard the gunshots, those two broke the door and entered the chamber. I requested that Mr. Wright and the other lady please contact the police. A pistol was hanging from Mystic Maya's hand, and she was in a daze. Then, quite suddenly, she thrusted me away from herself and escaped from the room. With great strength, she hit the base of my neck, and I fainted for a short while. I'm afraid I have no knowledge of where she went after that. Why have you hidden this until now? I did not wish to cause more trouble for Mystic Maya. However, I must correct falsities when they arise. That's right. She is simply correcting a falsity, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Why is she making it a point to make her take a stab at me? Never mind. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. My aunt is a very smart and sly person. It's going to be hard for us to find a crack in her testimony. We press her on this. Is it really necessary for two people to have two people do something so simple as call the police? If there was a possibility of escape, then one of us should have stayed behind. Yes, that's a very good point. At that time, I myself was a little confused. On top of which, there was another... Another what, madam? Oh, it's nothing. No need to concern yourself. There was another reason you wanted both of us out of that room, wasn't there? You must testify. Why did you chase us out of the room? I simply did not wish for there to be more victims. The lives of both the good sir and the camera woman may be in danger, is what I thought to myself. Whoa, that was very noble of you, Miss Faye. It's bad. Now people have a good impression of her and a bad one of us. It was like she caught us napping. That's my aunt for you. Are you satisfied, Mr. Wright? Miss Faye, please continue. During our investigation, you stated that you struck the defendant on the head, and that strike caused Maya to lose consciousness. Do you stand by this statement? I'm afraid I don't. The statement I gave you was a lie. But why would you lie about something like that? It was very painful for me to say this, however. The witness was lying to cover for the defendant. She was covering for Maya? So you were covering for the defendant? Well, yes. It was only later that I was informed of what had occurred. That the renegade Mystic Maya did something very unexpected. Something unexpected? Like what? Pray tell, did she... Oh, this witness didn't and couldn't have seen what happened. If you want to know what this unexpected thing was, there is always later. Yes, very well. Why does it suddenly feel like there's a rock in the pit of my stomach? Now, witness, continue with what happened. I missed a statement, but we'll get back to that. Because you were unconscious? Why, yes. Great. Well, now what? So while you were unconscious, you have absolutely no idea where the defendant went. I would think that's obvious, good sir. If that's true, then how can you know for sure that the defendant left the channeling chamber at all? But you mention it, I'd wonder myself. It's true that this witness is not able to confirm this. But the key word here is this witness. What do you mean by that? It means that she has another witness up her sleeve, that's what. It looks like Miss Von Karma is ready to move on to her next witness. Can't see a crack in her testimony. What should we do? For now, we should try and get more information out of her. After we get more information from her, we may be able to use it later to our advantage. The one I missed was... quite suddenly she thrusted. And I will scroll down while I have the opportunity. I'm ashamed to admit such a thing, however, yes. But you are physically larger and stronger than the defendant. There's There's no way she could have escaped from you so easily. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Phoenix Wright? What about this picture? Remember that at the time the defendant was not physically Maya Fey?
Growing old is such a mysterious thing. Trust me, I know firsthand.
Basically, Mystic Maya's body was still that of a nurse she had called. But if she had run away, wouldn't you have just given chase right away? Well, yes, I would have, however.
That's enough. From what I can tell, there is nothing wrong with this witness's testimony. And from what she has said, we can establish that Maya Fey did leave the chamber. This isn't going to come back and bite us in the butt.
Now, let's take the next logical step and ask, where did the defendant go after leaving the channeling chamber?
Yes. That's exactly what...
Be quiet, you. Well then, what the escapee had done was she had gone to speak with a certain person.
I noticed my camera's got super goddamn dark. Hang on.
There. That's a bit better. So she went to speak with someone?
Who was it?
The prosecutor calls Miss Eeny Meeny, who was sleeping at the side room at the time.
Eeny Meeny?
I mean, you can see where this is headed. Witness, name and occupation. Okay, so my name is Eeny Meeny. I'm researching parapsychology stuff in the university.
What is this parapsychology?
Let's see. I guess most people call it occult stuff.
Even if that's what most people call it, I can't say I understand what that means.
And I suggest you go home and research it yourself.
Yes, sir.
Now then, Miss Meany. After the murder took place, you spoke with the defendant, Maya Fey. Is that correct? Well, if that's the case, then let's hear your testimony.
I didn't even press the button.
Is that right? Is that all right, isn't it, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
For love of all things good, Your Honor, have some spine for my sake.
After the murder.
When the channeling started, I was sleeping in the side room. Wait, a little later, someone came into that room, really suddenly. It was oh my god, totally my sister. I hadn't seen her in so long. It was so happy in a sad way. My sister, she told me something, totally terrible.
Now hold your horses, young lady. You're saying the person that entered was your sister? Didn't you mean the defendant, Maya Fey?
Really now, Your Honor. Maya Fey was still in the middle of channeling at that time.
You saying that the spirit was the spirit of this witness's sister?
Yes, Mimi Meany. She was a nurse at Dr. Gray's clinic.
Oh, well, this is...
Witness? Yeah? In your testimony, you mentioned a terrible thing. Why don't you tell the court what this terrible thing was? I'm sure we'd love to hear about it. Do I really have to?
Of course. Miss Meany, please.
My sister, this is what she said to me. That was no accident. I was drugged with sleeping pills. I was murdered by that person. That's why I took my revenge. It's only fair, isn't it? Eeny?
She took her revenge? Are you sure that's what she said?
Yes. There, are you satisfied, Your Honor?
I still can't believe it. Can't believe that a spirit would go as far as to use a medium to get revenge.
It is a bit hard to swallow. However, all the evidence and testimonies point to this as the truth. The end.
What do you think, Mr. Wright? Certainly seems like all the loose ends are accounted for.
This testimony just now, is it all made up? Is it just one huge lie? Of course it was, Phoenix. Here, what do you mean? It's well constructed, but that's what it is. As a big vehicle revs its engine passing by. But even the most well-spun lies can be undone. You can do it, Phoenix! Let's find out one loose thread and unwind this tapestry of lies. Your Honor, there is room for doubt, so the defense will cross-examine this witness. We believe that our cross-examination will reveal the real truth behind this murder. Yet again, the foolishly fool spells out more foolishly foolish drabble. I wonder if you'll make this one more entertaining than the last. Press Eni on the statement. I hadn't seen her in so long, so I was happy in a sad way. You were happy in a sad way? Yeah, I mean, it was my sister. But wouldn't most people react to it with surprise at seeing their dead loved ones alive again? But maybe if I was someone who didn't know about the occult. But I know all about the Korean channeling technique. The point here is the witness immediately recognized that it was her sister. Yeah, what she said. Should I drop this line of questioning? No. So you really didn't think anything strange the whole encounter? No. There wasn't any reason for me to think anything was strange. But, ow! Don't keep badgering her. You know, the phrase objection? Could you try using that once in a while? Mr. Wright, the question of what the witness felt when she saw her sister, is it really that important? It is very important. It's very important, although I haven't quite figured out what it is yet. But I've got to bluff for now to make it seem like I know what I'm talking about. Alright, Mr. Wright. Miss Meany, please amend your testimony. Okay, I could totally be cool with that. I wasn't scared at all, and her costume looked totally normal. Her costume looked normal, did she? Her costume looked normal, did she? Oh dear. Objection! That's a very well spun lie, Miss Eni. Scroll down, because the next part of the testimony is one fucking page. What are you babbling about this time, Mr. Phoenix Wright? It's well constructed, but that's all it is. Stealing my lines now, are we, Phoenix? Miss Meany, may I remind you what you just said? You said that there was nothing strange about your sister's appearance. Yeah, Anne, but I don't think that's what you were thinking at all. Take a look at this picture. This is a picture of the sister you met. I'd think that even you would be surprised if someone appeared before you like this. The blood spray? Miss Meany, why did you not include the blood you saw in your testimony? Are you really testifying and not lying? You would have noted it right off the bat. Order, order, Miss Meany, what is the meaning of this? Miss Meany? I'm thinking, don't interrupt me. And what were you stammering about, Your Honor? Witness. My personality did a complete 180 there. Lots of people do that when they get on the stand, though. First of all, calm yourself, witness. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap. Now, hurry up with the testimony, if you please. The judge still looks a little shaken up. A lot of help is going to be needed here. After the murder part 2. The side room was kind of dark, you know. So the costume is purple, right? The blood totally blended right in. And I persuaded my sister it wasn't right to do something like that. And then I took my sister to the chamber. Yes, no, I see. And you've given us a clear reason why you didn't notice the blood. You think? Thanks, Gramps. You satisfied, Mr. Wright? Alright, I guess not. I'd love to judge sometimes. Very well, they may question the witness. They make him a character and a half. For someone who only gets to show up in these trials, they're oh fuck. Press any understatement, and I was persuaded to my sister it wasn't the right thing to do. And what was your sister, Miss Meany, like at the time? Well, she was totally flipped out because she just shot Dr. Gray. But I think she knew. She said she really did something bad. And she said she wanted to go with me too. I apologize to Miss Morgan. Did Mimi Spirit really say all that to you? Yeah. Press Eni on this statement. Was your sister calm by that time?
Like, I guess so. I guess maybe, like, taking her revenge on Dr. Gray, like, made her feel a lot better.
I'd feel a lot better too, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The sooner the better. She's like, the sooner you fucking give up, the sooner we can go home. I say she wants her revenge because you know we took down her father last case. Even though her father was, you know, a fucking villain. Meaning we were the good guys, but you know, Daddy's girl. Have a whip ready.
And like, Miss Morgan was the only one in the channeling chamber, you know.
May I ask you one more thing, Miss Meanie?
Like, sure.
Was there anything you found strange, unusual, or just out of place?
Something out of place? Huh? Like when do you mean?
When? When you were going to the crime scene. I'm talking about when you were going to the channeling chamber, of course.
Like, no, nothing strange.
She answered rather quickly. Now what? Press harder, because she should have seen a kid trying to fix a fucking vase. Think harder. I know you can remember something.
I like totally can't.
That's not good enough. You have to explain yourself clearly to this court. Do you think, Mr. Wright, that whether or not there was something odd in the way to chamber was all that important? It's very important. I ask because it's very important. Not that I know where I'm going with this. I do, Phoenix. You're good. Very well. Miss Meanie, if you will, please include a statement about this in your testimony.
Like, I don't get why, but okay.
Well, I didn't see anyone on the way to, like, the channeling chamber. Really? So you should have seen Pearl. How old? Oh, it doesn't say. I'll say, how old is Morgan Fay, actually? 35, deceased. 31, 8, 21, 23, 18. Purported. Objection! You say that you didn't see anyone on the way to the channeling chamber? However, that's impossible.
Like, what do you mean?
I'd like to introduce someone to you. This is Morgan Fay's daughter, Pearl Fay.
Interesting. You have a semi-intelligent look on your face, so what about this child?
It just so happens that at the time of the murder, Pearl was playing in the center garden.
The garden?
Yep. Which means anyone walking through the area would have had to see her. So, Miss Meanie, what do you have to say to that?
Let's call concede. She's a bit of an airhead. Also, she was leading her sister at the time. Do you honestly think she would have noticed this child playing preposterous?
Objection! It's not preposterous, and I can prove it.
What sort of foolish? There's no way someone walking around Windy Way could not have noticed Pearl.
She was busy fixing the sacred urn. Take that! This urn is my proof.
An old crackly clay pot? What are you going to prove?
Do you know why it's cracked? It's because Pearl broke it, that's why. She broke the urn. Ow!
Why do I feel like you're about to ruin my beautiful day?
This urn was broken around by the time the channeling started. And Pearl was the one who put it back together. And while sitting right in the middle of the winding way.
What?
Miss Meanie, Pearl was there in the windy way at the time. She was hard at work putting the pieces of the urn back together, you see.
You couldn't see that while you were walking? I'd have to declare you legally blind.
I think I have sufficiently proven one thing, Miss Meanie. You are a masterful liar. Mr. Wright, you need to watch what you say. The one who needs to watch what they're saying is the witness. So, Miss Meanie, tell us the truth.
About what?
About what? About where you really were at the time of the murder, of course.
The witness just testified about that. That's right. I was like sleeping in the side room.
Can I really believe her? Was she really sleeping in the side room? There is no way! Your lies end here.
What are you?
The witness says that during the actual murder she was asleep in the side room. And I say that's not possible because there is clearly a contradiction here. Contradiction?
Where is this contradiction? In her testimony just now. Earlier in her testimony, Miss Meany, you made the following statement. And, like, Miss Morgan was the only one in the channeling chamber, you know? It's true that at the time, both myself and Miss Hart were not there. We had gone to call the police. So, like, what does that have like, anything to do with anything? It's very simple. Miss Meany, how did you know that fact? How? I concede that Miss Fay was the only person in the channeling chamber. However, someone who was asleep in the side room could not have known that. Which means, Miss Meany, you did in fact go to the channeling chamber. But you didn't go there by the way of the winding way. Ah. But look at the map's guide map. If we were to go between the side room and the channeling chamber, one would have to use the winding way. Yes, that's why, Your Honor, which is why I asked this very important question. Where was the witness at the time of the murder? Miss Meany, please answer the question. Don't ask a question off of a baseless assumption, if you please. Well, I suppose since you've put it on the table, Mr. Phoenix Wright, you might as well answer the question for us. Where was the witness at the time of the murder? Now's your chance, Phoenix. Yeah, the only person who could have killed Dr. Gray is Eenie Meenie. So now is the time to prove it. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer. Where was the witness? They were in the channeling chamber, because they was in the fucking box. Take that! Then he was here, of course. What? But that's the channeling chamber. Isn't that the crime scene? That's right. Miss Meanie was at the scene of the crime. Order, why is that... Ah! Mr. Phoenix Wright, you lost your mind! Yesterday's testimony established that only the victim and the defendant were in the chamber when the channeling started. Yes, that is correct. Please, explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Simple, Miss Eenie Meenie was hiding at the scene of the crime. I was hiding? Where? Like, where was I hiding? Behind the screen. In a box. Yeah, of course. Behind the folding screen? Don't make me say this again. Recall yesterday's testimony. There ain't no way anyone was hanging out behind that folding screen. See, you stupid jerk! Quit being so quick to pin it on me, slime ball! No, Miss Meanie. One as young as you shouldn't be saying... Shut it, Grams! As if you know exactly how old I am. I'm sorry. Looks like the pipe's about to burst. Guess I should help it along. The witness was hiding behind the folding screen. With the help of this. The clothing box. Miss Meanie, how were you able to hide yourself at the scene of the crime is very simple. You were hiding inside this box. That tiny little box, I suppose could fit in that. Sorry, but your theory has already been disproved. Lotta disproved you when you were hiding it from me. Hiding in it. Hiding from me in it. Right. But that clothing box was in the side room, right? Which means it's nothing to do with the murder at all. That's right, I was sleeping there, I should know. That clothing box was in the side room the whole time. Mr. Wright, do you think you can prove? Yes, and I can with evidence. Now I'll present a piece of evidence that will prove this clothing was at the scene of the crime. It has a hole in it. She shot through it. Take a look at this clothing box. You're so stupid. Is there any... as if there's anything... any source of evidence in that old thing. What on earth? Don't have time for you to sit there surprised. Hurry up and say it already. There's a hole. About 8 inches off the ground. A hole about 8 inches off the ground. Where have we heard that before? The folding screen. There's a hole at the same height. That's right. I hope this has opened your eyes to what happened. At the time of the shooting, the clothing box was sitting behind the folding screen, which is why the bullet from the pistol hit both the box and the folding screen. It went through the screen and then into the box. Miss Meanie, you are hiding behind the folding screen, waiting for your chance. Yes, for your chance to kill Dr. Gray. Order. So what are you saying?
So then, Mr. Phoenix Wright, what about this picture? Are you saying that the person in this photo is Miss Eenie Meenie? That's exactly what I am saying. Miss Eenie Meenie, you were hiding inside this clothing box all along. And you wore a medium's costume to masquerade as Maya Fey. To masquerade as Maya Fey? She had it planned from the very beginning. She would kill Dr. Gray and pin the blame on my client. No, stop. I can't stand to listen to any more of this foolishness. If that's the case, Mr. Phoenix Wright, then I have a proposition. Okay, I gotta go. Alright, no worries, dude. You take care, John. See you tomorrow, probably. You take care of yourself. This whole idea that the witness moved the clothing box to the crime scene, pretended to be the defendant, killed the victim, and then fled the scene of the crime. It's not possible for one person to do that all by herself. Correct. It's not possible. It really is impossible for one person to do all the preparations, that is. Ow. Need I remind you, the foolish receive no mercy. Wait, Miss Von Karma, you said it was not possible for one person, correct? What? You can't be serious. Miss Meenie, you had an accomplice. This person. It wasn't someone from Karain Village, you couldn't have gotten the costume. And if it wasn't someone from the Fey household, you wouldn't have that box to use. Morgan Fey. Isn't that the wonderful lady witness we had earlier? What do you have to say to this, Miss Meenie? You shot Dr. Gray with your own two hands. Do you deny it? I think this is what really happened. The murderer had planted herself at the scene of the crime long beforehand. Dressed in a medium's costume and wearing a wig, she pretended to be the defendant. And then, the channeling started. The murderer crept silently towards the other two, both of whom had their eyes closed. First, she drugged Maya Fey with a strong sleeping agent. Then, she stabbed Dr. Gray with a knife. Next, she hid my client inside the clothing box. She did that so she could take Maya's place and frame her for the crime. But that's when something unexpected happened. Unexpected? Yes. Bang. Dr. Gray was actually not dead yet. With the last of his strength, he fired a shot at his attacker. And that is why the hole in the folding screen was so low to the ground. The murderer then took the gun from Dr. Gray and finished him. After that, you and the other lady fought to break into the room? Yes, a gunshot is certainly something you wouldn't expect to hear. Which is why, upon hearing the shots, we forced our way into the channeling chamber. Miss Meenie, she immediately covered her own costume with blood. And pretended to be Maya Fey. That sort of deception would have been easy to see through. Which is precisely why Miss Morgan Fey chased us out. Please leave this area to me. Go quickly and inform the police. Hurry, before there are more victims here. What is one supposed to say? This is the real truth behind this murder. Who is that, laughing at a time like this? Ah! Oh, you simple-minded fools. I'm sorry, but you still by chance evolving? What is it this time? Miss Von Karma, surely? Of course it was me. Do you really think someone in the Von Karma blood would lose due to something this petty? What in the world? Mr. Phoenix Wright, your argument is flawed in one very crucial area. And that is... if this witness is the real murderer, why would she go through all this trouble? Huh? Working together with a medium, pretending to be one, putting on this whole act? What reason would she have to do such foolish things? That's, yeah, that's right. Well, that's exactly what I was going to say. I'm dropping her accent because she's clearly faking the accent when she's usually talking. Oh, and one other thing. Why would Miss Eenie Meenie want to kill Dr. Gray? Where's her motive? Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to say too. Yeah, motive. I don't have a motive. A motive? I can say she has no motive here. I can't say she has no motive here. I have to think of a motive now. Where's the reason for wanting Dr. Gray dead? Take that! Ha! Just as I thought, you bore me with your silly answers, Phoenix. Right, scrolling down. That's great, even she's calling me by my full name. You think I did this to get revenge on my sister's death? Yes. Because through that accident, you suffered a lot and of hurts and pain yourself. Don't be stupid. No one has proved that Dr. Gray drugged my sister, right? And you say I wanted to take revenge based on nothing? What do you mean by that? See now, stupid Gramps. I'm going to explain, so please listen, okay? It's been over half a year since I was discharged from the hospital. If I wanted revenge, then I wouldn't have to wait this long. And besides, the guy that thought it was the spirit thing was Dr. Gray. It was a total coincidence that he asked me about it, you know? She's back to her airhead persona. However, you see, ouch. Pathetic, Mr. Phoenix, right? You failed to support your own theory. The end. I think we have our answers, Mr. Phoenix, right? What Miss Meenie has stated is very true. The revenge plan is overly complicated, and she has no motive in the first place. Furthermore, there's no reason for Miss Morgan Fay to cooperate with this plan. You don't even have any truly decisive piece of evidence to demonstrate your point. Tisk, so many faults, Mr. Phoenix, right? You should really learn your place. What happened? I thought I had it for sure. See, as I told you. Maybe you liked your slice of humble pie. Very well, I now conclude the cross-examination of Miss Eenie Meenie. Hold it! Your Honor, please, allow the defense one more minute. Alright? You can't lose here. Have faith in yourself, Phoenix. Mia. Yes, it does sound like a ridiculously messed up plan for a murder. But you know, regardless, that girl trained for this crime. Really? Listen, Phoenix. Everything happens for a reason. There is a reason for why she had to kill Dr. Gray. And it's also the reason she had no choice but to kill him in this fashion. Time is up, Mr. Wright. Your final answer, please. If you want to say that you can prove Mr. Meenie had a motive, then why did she kill the victim in this way? Can you provide the reason? Yes, I can. I'm confident here, but I know what I must press on no matter what. That's right, Phoenix. Only you can do this now. I will show a substantiate the fact that Miss Meenie had a motive. Alright, last page. 2 more witness testimonies. Too bad. You're too late. My cross-examination has already ended after all. Interesting. I'll let you have your chance, Mr. Phoenix, right? But what? You're supposed to be on my side. Aye! Von Karma only cares about the perfect win. As long as you have the will to fight, I will knock you down, Mr. Phoenix, right? And I don't care if you are my witness, so help me, I will throw you out of my way. No way. Very well. The court will take a 5-minute recess. We will continue cross-examination after we reconvene. Hey, wait a sec, I'm not... Yeah, she thought you could get away. You're not fucking done. Last piece of this case. Then I'm gonna go get some food. I'm hungry. June 22nd, 12:04 PM, District Court Number 3. Is it really true about my aunt? I'm afraid so, Maya. There's no way Eenie could have killed Dr. Gray by herself. And under the circumstances, there's no one else other than your aunt, Morgan. That's terrible. Why would my aunt... Everything is going just as I predicted, Mr. Phoenix, right? Miss Von Karma? Why are you doing this? Why are you trying to take revenge on Nick? Nick's had nothing to do with what happened to your dad. Don't you have something better to be worrying about? Say, your own situation. You're down on me even though we're the same age. Are you done yet? You've caused me enough pain and suffering. Not yet. My goal is to defeat you. Let the whole world know of your defeat. But even if you do that, it won't bring your father back. Whatever. In the meantime, let's bring this match to its conclusion. And then we'll know who the real winner is. Court will now reconvene, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Can you prove Miss Amini had a motive? Yes, I believe I can. Meanie and Dr. Gray have only one point of connection, and that is the car accident a year ago. The motive I'm looking for must be there. Miss Meanie, please testify to the court about your car accident last year. Huh? I thought, you wanted to, ask about my, motive. I, don't see the point in, bringing up the past. Miss Meanie, if you please. Okay, I totally don't think it'll do any good, but... That was, last year in May. Something really bad had happened at, my sister's clinic around then. And, the night of the accident, my sister was totally tired while she was driving. I was, totally pooped too, so I, fell asleep in the passenger seat. I, woke up because of this jolt, and, it was a sea of flames around me. I, opened the door and, got away. I think I've heard of this incident. It was all the talk of the tabloid shows, day after day last year. Yes, and there was talk about Dr. Gray drugging your sister? Ooh. Those were merely rumours, totally baseless gossip. Yes, Mr. Wright, you may begin your examination. Right, it's impossible to prove that Dr. Gray did in fact drug Mr. Meanie's sister. Yeah, which means I'll have to work from another angle. Presser on the night of the incident, my sister was totally tired from driving. And then press harder. She was totally tired? You mean exhausted? She had to talk to the police and, was being investigated, every day. It was, a totally terrible situation. It's no wonder. Then, that happened to car... It's no wonder, then, that the car accident happened. Yes, I can read English. I can figure out grammar. Fucking hell. Press harder. So then, why didn't you ask to switch places? Huh? What are you talking about? I mean, switch drivers. If your sister was so tired, then you should have switched with her. True. But, I don't, have a driver's license. This is news to me. I was not aware you didn't have your license, Miss Meanie. Miss Meanie, please amend your testimony. Okay, anyway. I was, totally pooped too, so I, sleep in the passenger seat. Something really bad happened, the night of the accident. Totally pooped, so I fell into the passenger seat. Where is that license? Oh, it's the license photo, isn't it? Objection! Miss Meanie, that was a lame lie just now. What do you mean? I know you had a license back then. This is a photo you took, and for the express purpose of getting a driver's license. What is the meaning of this, Miss Meanie? That's right. Yeah, I had a license, but I didn't get it until after the accident. No, you had it. You had it at the time of the accident. Director Hoti, or the guy pretending to be him anyway, said so. What, you talking about that perverted fake clinic director? Yes, the perverted fake clinic director. Ouch! No one cares. Witness, when did you receive your driver's license? Last November? What? November? The accident happened last May. That's a half-year lapse in time, Mr. Phoenix, right? Wasn't that... That's what happened, Mr. Wright? At the time of the accident, Miss Meanie did not have a driver's license. Ow. Cry, and my whip will accommodate. Anyway, without a license, the witness and her sister could not have switched drivers. I'm, glad you get it, but, even if I had my license, I, don't think my sis would have, let me drive. Ow! Don't just stand there humming to yourself. What you too, Mia? With the whip, the pain, and the owl. With the whip and the pain and the owl. Miss Meanie, why do you think you would not have been allowed to drive away? That's because... Make the situation calls for more detailed testimony, Miss Meanie, if you please. How annoying. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to be mean. This is it. The do or die.
Like, around that time, I was like really close to getting my license. My sis was like this totally big fan of cars and like really valued them. She like had just gotten this really shiny bright red sports car. She like would say things like, no way am I letting the noob drive my car. So like, that's why I ended up in the passenger seat that night too.
I see. A bright red car for sports. Well then, defense may examine the question to witness. Not terribly knowledgeable about cars, but neither am I, Phoenix. Neither am I, dude. My middle brother, will just spout out this random fucking facts about cars, and I'm like, yeah, sure, dude, whatever. I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Anyway, press the statement. She like had gotten a really shiny bright red sports car. And then press her harder. It was a new car?
Yeah, she had just gotten it from like the UK.
The UK? What is it? Her boyfriend's initials. United Kingdom, Judge, please help me.
Model. She had waited for a whole year for it to arrive.
Guess her love of cars would be the obvious topic. Really don't know anything about cars, but I have a feeling this was bound to come up. Your Honour. Yes? Please have this witness append what she just said in her testimony. You mean a part about being a special import car? Yes. Well, if you like cars that much, then that's not my point. And to be honest, I don't know what the point is either. Miss Meany, would you please fix her testimony?
Sure, whatever.
Present newspaper clipping 2 to the statement. It was like a totally new special model from England. Sorry, my brain fried for a second. Newspaper clipping 2. Miss Meany, you remember this article? It was an article about the accident. You had said this in it, but I opened the right door and like got out. That's correct, isn't it? Like, what are you talking about me about that? Your Honour, which side is the passenger seat, left or the right? Well, it'd be on the right side, of course, because the driver's on the left side. That would be if it was an American car, but if it would be the opposite in a British car. Yes, you're on the left side in the passenger because the roads are flip sides. Opposite? The two of them were riding in a British car. In that case, the passenger would be on the left side. What do you mean by this? Miss Meany, you said that you had escaped using the right side door of the car, but if you were sitting there, then that means you're in the driver's seat. Order in the court, order! Mr. Phoenix Wright is blabbering nonsense again. Ina said the person who was driving was her older sister, Mimi Meany. That was what Eni said, yes, but that is where her story falls apart. Somewhere, all of us made a big error in our assumptions. Phoenix, it looks like you finally found the real root of this murder. Connect all the dots, there can only be one answer. I'd like to ask the court a question. Eni or Meany, who was really driving that light? It's Mimi, because... We'll get to it, and it's a bit of a what the fuck? The answer to the one person who actually had her driver's license, Mimi Meany. After all, that makes her the only person who could legally drive. But you just said the witness, Miss Ina May, was in the driver's seat. Which leads us to the next question. Next question? Who is the person standing at the witness stand right now? What sort of idiotic ruse is this, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This witness's name... I'll tell you what her real name is. The witness's real name is Mimi. Remember, they said her face was burnt severely, and they had to use plastic surgery to rebuild off of the closest picture they had. A picture of Eni. So she ends up looking like her twin sister. Also, if you fuck this up and guess wrong, it takes half your health. Meany, that is your real name. Of all the foolish gibble! How would you explain her appearance? This witness had several facial burns when she was admitted into the hospital, so for the purpose of facial reconstruction, the surgeons used a picture. Facial reconstruction surgery? This is the picture she gave to the doctors at the time. That's right. It's a picture of her younger sister. No. But Meanie, she died in the car accident. That's what everyone thought. However, that's not the case. Then, the body they found at the crash site. That was the body of the real Eenie Meanie. Isn't that right, Miss Mimi Meanie? The car accident 1 year ago. The one who died that night was Eenie Meanie. Her sister, Mimi, then stole her face and was reborn as Eenie. With this, she effectively erased Mimi Meanie from existence. Your Honor, I'm sure you can see now why Mimi had to kill Dr. Gray. What do you mean? What is the meaning of this nonsense? Dr. Gray wanted to call back the spirit of the dead person. Specifically, the spirit of his nurse that died in the crash, Mimi Meanie. However, that would not have been possible, because Mimi Meanie was still in fact alive. And that fact would have been discovered had the channeling been conducted. So the witness had to stop that from happening, at all costs. And that's why she had to kill Dr. Turner Gray? Is that what you're saying? Yes, before the channeling. Dr. Gray had the misfortune of consulting this witness about communicating with the dead. And in that moment, his fate was sealed. Well, Miss Eenie, Miss Von Karma. Why'd you say my name just now? Looks like I've been unmasked. Witness! That's right. I admit it. My real name is Mimi Meanie. I know, it's not the easiest thing to say repeatedly. Try saying it 5 times fast. It really fucking sucks. That quack doctor. He got what he deserved in the end. And I was so close to finally ditching Mimi too. So close. But why? Why would you go so far as to throw away yourself? To become your own sister? I think I understand why. Wanted her old self to disappear because of the 14 patients who died from a malpractice. That's about the malpractice incident. Dr. Gray was right. The mistake was caused by the nurse. A nurse by the name of Mimi Meanie. That's right, the person standing before us today. And a few weeks after this mishap, Mimi Meanie had a car accident, in which she lost her younger sister. The timing couldn't have been worse. 14 patients dying in that incident and our own sister's life extinguished. It was all too much to bear. I found a way for myself to escape it all. The only way. She lost everything in the flames of that accident, her sister, and even her own face. This was her last chance. Her chance to throw away her past and start a new life as her sister. Unbelievable. A plan beyond my wildest imagination. That jerk. If only he hadn't thought of the channeling mumbo jumbo. Mumbo jumbo? Becoming Eenie has been the most horrible experience in the world. Spirit channeling, the occult, I hate it. I hate it all! I believe there are still a few unsolved riddles here, such as why did Miss Meanie choose to go with such a complicated plan, and why did Miss Morgan Fay agree to help her execute it? I know why, it's because like I keep saying, she wanted Pearl to take Maya's place. Regardless, I believe one thing has been made crystal clear. The innocence of the defendant, Maya Fay. This is preposterous! I'm perfect! Me? As I accidentally kick because I'm kicking my legs too much? Hang on. Kicking the shit on my shelf over? Me, Francisco Von Karma. I'm just swaying my leg left and right and I just tapped my shelf. I'm going to enjoy the news tonight, Ms. Von Karma. How about you? It's going to be broadcast all over the world, right? Your defeat, that is. Ow! 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 Fuck! Ow! Shit! Ow! Fuck! Ow! Shit! Ow! And one more for good measure. Ah! That was more than one. Phoenix! Hang in there, Phoenix! Phoenix! Of course, it's a fraud, a sham! Now then. Looks like it will be some time before Mr. Wright regains consciousness, so I will go ahead and pronounce the verdict. He's gonna get up like, what? Not guilty. He's like, yeah, Phoenix is in there on the stand. That is all. Court is adjourned. Oh dear. Alright, one last little piece to do and then we can wrap up. Congratulations, Maya. Sis! Yeah, she never gets to really talk to her sister because she usually gets a, it's good to see you, Maya. How are you doing? Sis! I didn't kill anyone, did I? No, you didn't. It was all just a dream. A really bad dream. You know, sis, in my dream, I smelled a familiar scent. Familiar scent? It was inside that clothing box, right? That box. That was the box you used to store your clothes in a long time ago. That's right. There's still one thing I don't quite get. What's that? What would have happened if Mimi hadn't shot Dr. Gray? I mean, we broke in because we heard a gunshot. I think Mimi had planned to open the door to the chamber herself. And then, you and Lotta would have had witnessed quite a scene. A possessed Maya Fey who had just committed a murder. She planned it down to the smallest detail, huh? Nick! Congrats, Maya. Thanks. Looks like you bailed me out of another jam. Well, you know. But, you don't want something like this to happen ever again. I'm fine because I have you to help me out, Nick. But, every time something happens, I lose someone special to me. First my sister, now my aunt. Hey Nick, tell me. Tell me why my aunt went and did something so horrible. Why would she help Mimi with a plan like that? I don't understand, Nick. Maya, it's over. Why not let it be? Nick, please. I need an answer. The reason Morgan helped Mimi with her plan was... Well... Early. 4 years from now, a new master will be born into the Crane village. And that person will be you, Maya. But if you weren't there, then the main family's bloodline would disappear. And what would happen to that then? The Branch family, my aunt. No, Morrigan's spiritual power is too weak. The next person would be Pearl's. Huh? Everything was done for her sake. It was all so that Pearls would become the next master. Yeah, I can see that. Did Maya just say something just now? I think she just... that she was saying I thought so. Jesus Christ, it is Vehicle City today. Date and time unknown, detention center, solitary confinement till 13. My precious Pearl, you are the only one suitable to be the master of the Crane, dear child. I sacrificed it all for you. I helped that brainless nurse carry out her murder, and cooperated with that whip-happy prosecutor. It was all to unseat that annoying, witless main family girl, and Maya Fey. But I shall be patient, my dearest Pearl. A chance will present itself. Your time will come. And that is the end of episode 2, Reunion and Turnabout. And it's going to be the end of my stream. There's a long stream already. So, that being said, as always, thank you so much for watching. I like that case as a whole, but what I like about it is what it sets up later with Morgan, but I can't really touch on that yet because we haven't got to it yet. But I have to be complimentive now because the next case is the one that like everyone fucking hates, and you'll see why when we get there. But until then, you guys take care now. Peace.